Hello, everyone, and good morning. I'm still kind of learning this technical stuff on my own, so I wanted to be patient with some of us today. But I am Tara Thompson-Cusack, President and CEO of the Tri-Chamber of Commerce, and I'm excited to welcome you here today to our 16th Annual Nonprofit Management Conference hosted by PNC Bank. PNC Bank has been our presenting sponsor for many years, and we are so grateful for their continued support, not of just the Tri-Chamber, but the nonprofit community as a whole. Thanks again. In addition to PNC Bank, I'd also like to thank our demonstration sponsor, Donorview today, our session sponsors, Entec Staffing Solutions, HAP, Walsh, and our supporting sponsor, Ann Percy from State Farm. You know, as we all know, the philanthropic community has drastically changed over the past 2 years. We had to find new ways to communicate, fundraise, manage our own operations. And you know what, now more than ever, we need to support each other. We need to learn our new skills and embrace the changes as we define the future for not only our organizations, but how we lead. We have a jam-packed agenda today full of valuable information to help you and your nonprofits thrive, starting with our amazing keynote speaker, Dr. Darian Driver-Hudson, President and CEO of United Way of Southeast Michigan. You know, we are also joined by local and national nonprofit leaders from across the country today, representing over 50 different organizations. In addition, our amazing nonprofit Tri-Chamber members, also known as the NPN committee, hand-selected all of the presenters today for this conference to cover topics that we're all kind of dealing with every day, such as grant writing, volunteerism, human resources changes, technology and operations. Throughout the day, you'll be able to learn from these experts in their respected fields. And I thank each and every one of them for sharing their times and their talents with us today. You will notice that you don't see each other because you are in view-only mode for this event. So grab a cup of coffee, crank up the volume, listen as loudly as you want, but that also means you can go ahead and grab your cup of coffee. You can hang out throughout the day. One thing though, you can present, like as the presenters are speaking to you, you're also welcome to still engage. If you notice on the bottom half, there is a section that says Q&A. So feel free to utilize that function and press and submit any questions you may have. The presenters will answer them if they get time to, but if they don't have time to address your questions during the event, no worries. Each of them has said that they will answer it and we'll get that information right back out to you. In addition, don't forget, we do still have the chat. So if you go to the chat, use that function to connect with other attendees, to connect with each other. In addition, please feel free to share your name, your organization, and your email in the chat if you'd like to stay connected with us. While there is a lot of content today, we will take several breaks along the way, including one at 12:10, where we'll ask you to go ahead and grab your lunch, and we will learn from our demo sponsor, Donorview, who will do a quick demonstration to showcase an array of ways to better your organization, such as how you can organize your donor data, host an online auction, introducing peer-to-peer fundraising, among many other ways to connect. And then immediately following that demo, you are welcome to join our breakout sessions, where you can share some of the hurdles your organization and some of the great ideas that you have as well. Now, if you choose to join the breakout sessions, this is the one and only time that you will have to hop out of this link and go to the additional link that we sent to you in your registration. It will be located at the bottom of the email. We will also be placing it in the chat. Again, the only time you will have to log out of this link. After that, and immediately following that breakout, we'll ask you go back to this link specifically, because we will begin the afternoon session promptly at 1 p.m., where we will learn top mistakes nonprofits make, and I'm sure we've all made quite a few this year, followed by our final presentation of the day from the United Way's grants team on establishing and reporting grant outcomes. Well, I think you've heard enough from me and all the housekeeping notes for the day. So it is now my honor to get this conference started by introducing our presenting sponsor, PNC Bank's Senior Vice President and Market Manager and Community Development Banking, Brian Keeler, to get this event started. Welcome, Brian.
Thanks, Tara. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 16th Annual Nonprofit Management Conference. As noted, I'm Brian Keeler, and I have the pleasure to serve as the Senior Vice President of Community Development Banking for PNC throughout the state of Michigan. Yes, that does fit on a business card. At PNC Bank, we aim to improve the quality of life and bring economic empowerment and vibrancy to the communities that we serve. The same communities where 60,000 plus of our colleagues live, work, and play. In the banking world, one of the ways that we're judged is through the Community Reinvestment Act, commonly known as CRA. We are proud to be one of the few institutions in the country that can say since the inception of CRA in 1977, we've always had an outstanding rating. This truly is our pledge to our communities and into the organizations who do the great work, such as each of your organizations today. We deepened our commitment early this year by making an $88 billion pledge over the next 3 years, really towards social justice and racial equity. Our commitment takes our dedication to our communities to the next level by deepening our capital commitment to communities in the form of loans, investments, and grant dollars, primarily focusing on low to moderate income communities that serve Black and Brown individuals. So many of these communities have been disinvested and underserved as a result of systemic racism. This work will be centered on economic empowerment, education, and entrepreneurship. That said, we know we can't do this work alone. That's why we are proud to be today's presenting sponsor and the element of really strengthening our nonprofit sector that so many of you do the heavy lifting. So we're proud to be here with you today. Now, I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Darian Driver-Hudson. Dr. Hudson serves, as we noted, the CEO of United Way in Southeast Michigan. Before joining United Way, Dr. Hudson served as the superintendent of the Milwaukee Public Schools, which is fitting as she actually started her career as an elementary school teacher here at the Detroit Public School System. More recently, Dr. Hudson's leadership at United Way raised over $37 million to support over 2.5 people throughout Southeast Michigan during the height of the COVID pandemic alone. Dr. Hudson's academic achievements include a doctoral degree in urban superintendency and a master's in education, both from Harvard University, and an undergrad in child development at Spelman College. Dr. Hudson's academic and professional career has been focused on strengthening our future leaders and the ecosystem that provides fabric of creating healthy communities. With that, it is my honor to introduce everybody, Dr. Hudson.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Brian. Thank you to everyone who has joined us today. It's always wonderful to be with the team here at the Troy Chamber, and a very special thank you, Tara, for the invitation to come again and speak with colleagues from all around the city, but also many of us are county serving, and so it's wonderful to see all of you here this morning. So I am tag teaming this presentation from one of my colleagues, Sarah Orris. And so if you hear me say next slide, Sarah, that's where that is coming from. But before I jump into the slides, I really would be remiss if I did not stop to take a moment to honor and thank all of our veterans as we celebrate Veterans Day today. I would not be the person that I am today without the veterans who impacted my life. My father, Linwood Driver, who was in the Air Force, along with my godfather, the late Eugene Curtis Davis, who was in the Army and served as a medic during Vietnam. And he also became a deputy superintendent in one of our local school districts in Virginia. And so I really attribute what I've learned about leadership and perseverance and dedication and service from both of them. And my father was not only a health services administrator, but he was also very active with his United Way campaign. And so I remember as a little girl making all the little baskets and all the little gifts and things for employees as they were getting ready for their campaign. So for all of you who have served, I thank you. One of the things we've been doing this week is anyone that you would like to honor, thank, or celebrate, to just put their names in the chat as we lift them and remember and thank them for their service today. So we will go ahead and get started with the presentation. So Sarah, if you can get the slides going. There we are. In just a minute, we'll go to slide 3. Okay, and next slide, please. There we go. All right. So I wanted to take a moment to talk about our history and why this is so important to me as a leader is that it's just that reminder. United Way was really built for times such as this. Our organization in Southeastern Michigan is 104 years old, but the actual international organization was founded in 1887. And to see the work that we've been able to do over time, I just wanted to highlight a few really important points. In 1949, we were actually the first major city to organize a United Way fundraising drive using payroll deduction. And this was in partnership with the UAW as well as Ford Motor Company. And so just a few years back, we celebrated 70 years of that partnership, but it was quite a transformational effort at the time, and it's still used today to help us. And so sometimes we think some of the actions we take are really small, but they actually have a lasting impact, and it's something that we're quite proud of. Our United Way actually is a tri-county United Way. We serve Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb and serve approximately 3 million people. But we were actually merged with the United Way of Oakland County in 2005. And so we have had different iterations in terms of size, at one point only being focused on the city of Detroit, and then it became Metro Detroit, and then we merged with Oakland County to broaden our service area, including now all 3 counties. And through 2-in-1, we actually serve 3 additional counties with Washtenaw, Monroe, and Lapeer. So we can go to the next slide, please. I wanted to take just a quick moment. Every organization has a mission and vision, but I think we would all say that in the past 18 months, it's never been more important to really know who you are, what your organization is about, and what you're rooted in, as we all have learned to pivot, to shift, and to really adapt to the needs that we're seeing in our community. But at the end of the day, we are still here to make sure that we are mobilizing and galvanizing the people and the caring power of Detroit and Southeastern Michigan, and making sure that we're improving communities and individuals' lives in lasting ways. Our focus really continues to be on making sure that all of our communities are equitable, every household stable, and all of our children in our care are thriving. Next slide. So our core values, and this is really critical for us. We actually approved our strategic plan with our board on March 11th, 2020. And at the end of that meeting, everyone's phone started to go off because the governor had just declared a state of emergency for the health pandemic. And so, before the ink was dry, we had to spring into action, but it started and it's still anchored in our core values of putting people first, focusing on equity and inclusion, collaboration, and innovation. And that really, this defines our way of doing business, that everything we do starts with us, starts with a staff, starts with our community. And so if we go to the next slide, you'll start to see how all of this really matters as we think about the work that we're focused on. So in Southeastern Michigan, we have actually in the state of Michigan, we have 40% of our families that are struggling to meet their most basic needs. And when we drill down and start looking at this city by city in our region, we have 40 cities where nearly 40% of our families are struggling to afford their basic needs, like food, like housing, transportation, and technology. Yes, I said technology. I'm sure you all have heard about all the digital inclusion efforts that are happening in our community and how much our life depends on being able to connect. And we know that so many of our families are just one paycheck away from a crisis, having an unexpected bill problem. I remember when I was a teacher, I had a fire and a car accident in the same month, and went from feeling pretty stable right out of college to really struggling to make ends meet and having to take on multiple jobs just to be able to pay the bills. And there are so many people that have that story, but I think it's best to hear it from someone who is living that. So if we could go to the next slide, please. And we're going to hear from Charlene.
I am Alice. I'm a divorced mom of 2 boys, ages 10 and 7. They live with me full time. Due to the birth of our second child, daycare costs exceeded what my salary was, so I quit my job to become a stay-at-home mom. When the divorce occurred, that created an extreme hardship. I had to start putting a lot of bills on credit cards. It wasn't a path I wanted to go down, but I had no choice. So even though I have this full-time career, it's still a struggle. It's still hard to make ends meet. You can't keep a family of 3 afloat on my salary alone. If we don't discuss this and we don't talk about it and we don't raise the awareness, it's never going to change.
As we start to really dig deeper into what these numbers mean and looking at the ALICE report, this is actually a report that is issued every other year. So the report we have currently that was released in 2021 is actually based on 2019 data. So it's pre-COVID, but it's telling us that we still have significant issues in people being able to meet their most basic needs. As I stated, we're right around 40%, 38%. Of our states unable to meet their most basic needs. But when you start to disaggregate this data, 60% of Black Michiganders are unable to meet their needs. 66% of our seniors who've worked their whole lives and were saved for retirement are still struggling to meet their basic needs. And then 73% of female-headed households are struggling to meet their needs. So this work is far from over. This is actually a report that is shared statewide, but also across the country. There are 23 other states that have commissioned ALICE reports as well. So you'll hear this phrase used quite a bit. And if we go to the next slide, you'll also see how this is affecting us right here at home. Troy has 22% of our households falling below the ALICE threshold. And that's what BAT means, it's below the ALICE threshold. But you can see how this affects the entire Tri-County area. And we look at the county seat in Oakland County, 66% of our households are struggling to meet their needs. And I put Southfield here because this is a city that we actually do quite a bit with in partnership with quite a few of our Oakland County cities. But Pontiac and Southfield really are where quite a bit of our resources are being channeled. And of course, we work very closely with the Troy Chamber and with a number of our corporate partners, as well as nonprofits that are anchored in Troy. If we could go to the next slide, please. So I wanted to take a moment to highlight some of these partnerships. We have all had to find a new way to do business. The days of being a lone wolf, of trying to be one organization that can suit everyone's needs without any partnerships, it's been over for a long time, but it's really now, especially with where we find ourselves. Collaboration is just key. It's never been more important. We have 2 partnerships that I wanted to lift. First, with Oakland County, and you all will hear about an announcement in a few weeks, but wanted to share how counties are thinking about the use of these ARPA dollars that are coming into our region. And we have $10 million of federal funding that are going to be deployed through the United Way that will be focused on mental health for our and well-being for our nonprofits. So these are serving community members from all over Oakland County, including the city of Troy. And we also are partnering with Macomb County around the COVID emergency rental assistance program. We're aiming to serve 30,000 residents. We have already administered $15 million worth of aid to Macomb County. And these are partnerships that start just as an idea. They start as a conversation, looking at these tough problems and then figuring out how can we pull together resources, galvanize resources to be able to make a difference for our community. There are a host of other partnerships that I could lift, but I wanted to lift this specifically because I know all of us are thinking, what are we going to do with these ARPA resources? Who can we partner with? How can we leverage the resources that we have to really be able to make a difference with a lot of these one-time gifts? And so these are some of the questions we're still asking. And these are some of the early answers that we have to those questions. We can go to the next slide, please. So before I talk and shift gears to talk about the next, what I see as sort of the future of philanthropy, when we talk about these partnerships, I thought it was really critical. Again, I can't tell every story. I think it's always best to hear these stories from those who are living them. So this is Ryan Hertz, who is president and CEO of the Lighthouse of Oakland County, talking about our partnership. Thank you, Sarah.
the first day of the first case of COVID-19 in Michigan, we launched an online campaign to try to start raising money to address gap needs. We didn't have the resources to do anything of what we're doing right now. And the first institutional investor in that initiative was United Way. The next morning, United Way CEO called me at 7:30 in the morning. I said, what can we do? And immediately, before any formal initiatives had been in place, committed a $50,000 matching grant. And that campaign ended up over the course of 2020 raising $3.5 million to support emergency basic services in response to COVID-19. And I credit United Way with helping us aim higher. The good news is that we were able to respond to the scope of need. We've continued that effort into 2021. Unfortunately, we didn't necessarily foresee that would be a need initially, and our efforts to bring resources to the table to continue to operate at the level that we're operating. The cost of food and hotel rooms for our emergency shelter and other things is somewhat overwhelming. But we found that if we do what is right by the community, the resources come. And so we're grateful to serve in the way that we are at this time.
Thank you, Sarah. And Ryan's not on the call, but I just wanted to just say thank you. As you all can see, there are so many people who are pivoting, who are rethinking the work, who are looking for partners, and just willing to take that first step. And that's really at the heart of leadership. That's the heart of what we are doing in our communities every day, regardless of the walk of life that we are coming from or the industry that we're representing, is just thinking about how we can work closely together. How can we align our mission and our strategies to be able to drive impact in our community? Because that's really what we're here to do. As I think about what's on the horizon for philanthropy, collaboration is the only way. Aligning mission and purpose is the only way. We have to think differently about the tools that are available to us. All of us are struggling to have some type of a rapid response mechanism. During the height of the pandemic last year, we were able to raise $36 million and pushing it back into the community for COVID response. But this summer, we found ourselves in a different type of crisis with the flooding that was impacting Southeastern Michigan. And we've raised over $600,000 to go back to families and nonprofits who are serving families who are currently in crisis. But this work is far from over. And we are still receiving calls from different cities, different counties even, that are saying we are still trying to get emergency rental assistance out the door. We still have thousands of families who haven't received resources from FEMA at this time. And so we have to think differently about how we use all of the tools and mechanisms that are available to us, but also how do we build an infrastructure for rapid response as a sector? We also have to be much more intentional with the work that we're doing with diversity, equity, and inclusion. It can't be lip service. It can't be a fad. We have to really think through the infrastructure that exists to make sure that this is ingrained and embedded in the work that we do as an organization. But we have to change the way we think about this work. Oftentimes I'm sharing all of these statistics that just make it sound like we don't have anything, or that our region is just a drought of services and resources. And that is not the case. We have to think about how we leverage talent and expertise and energy from our community members to be able to drive change and make a difference. And of course, the power of storytelling. I hear that every day. I don't know about all of you who are out there running nonprofits, but I hear it every day that people want to hear the stories. They don't want to hear from me. They want to hear from the people who've actually received resources, who have benefited from these partnerships and been able to make a difference. So if we go to the next slide, I'm just going to walk us through a few examples and a few of the ways that we've been doing that. And first, foremost, it is with advocacy. When you hear United Way, oftentimes you hear give, advocate, volunteer. And in our advocacy work, it's never been more critical to have collective voice, to really leverage resources that we have to engage our legislature locally, statewide, and nationally, to really focus on issues that matter. Everything from earned income tax credits, the child tax credits, making sure families are aware of what's available to them. But we also still focused on food security, making sure that SNAP dollars are getting where they need to go, partnering with state agencies around how we use ARPA dollars, looking at voting rights and a number of different issues that are affecting our community. And again, we work with nonprofits all over the region. We work with state agencies, corporate partners around these issues so that collectively we can really drive the impact that we want to see. Next slide. And I had talked about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And there are a number of different activities that you will hear about from United Way, the 21-day equity challenge that we hosted in the springtime to raise awareness about issues of social justice and a number of isms that have impacted community members in our region. We are releasing a racial equity fund, so stay tuned for that. It will be focused on channeling resources to organizations that are led by historically marginalized populations. But we're also internally doing the hard work. We're going through an equity audit as we speak. We now have a DEI subcommittee that's a part of our governance and nominating committee at the board level. So it really has to be an internal and an external effort that's happening simultaneously. And I want to encourage everyone, it doesn't matter how you enter this work. It doesn't matter if you've experienced discrimination or if you've witnessed discrimination. We all have a role to play. And every leader on this call has it within them, has it within your organizations to really address these institutions to make a difference. Next slide, please. So I wanted to just close us out and just try to summarize some of what I was sharing with you all today. And I could go on and on, but I know Tara is going to cut me off at the 25-minute mark, and I want to make sure we have time for questions. But if I can't drive anything else home, stay true to your core. Stay true to those core values. Because in times of crisis, times of uprising and upheaval and disruption, that is going to be your North Star. That's what's going to keep you focused. That ALICE data, we came back to that time and time again, no matter how difficult things got, no matter how hard we thought it was, and we weren't going to be able to do what we needed to do. We said, wait a minute, we have data that's telling us that we are moving in the right direction. Our core values defined who we are as an organization, and in many ways define who we are as people. And so if we stay true to those, we are going to be on the right side of history on these different issues. Building DEI into your business model. I didn't say it was easy, but it is necessary, and it has to be a part of our organizations. And it's been really brought to a level of international prominence in ways that we haven't seen in a very long time. But it really is incumbent on us as leaders to make sure that our organizations are really living those values that we espouse. But I also wanted to just share thoughts around investing in your dreams and aspirations. When we started the COVID fund, my board authorized $2 million in emergency stabilization funding to seed the crisis fund. We were hoping to raise $10 million. We raised $36 million. And it's because we believed that it could happen. We knew that if we just stepped out there on faith, and at that time, people didn't know what the pandemic was. Is this something that's going to be here to stay? Is this really something that requires investment? We just had to step out there. And I saw in the chat, there were a combination of nonprofits from the social sector, but also a lot of small businesses. And you are where you are today because you invested in your dreams and aspirations. So just know that, we are all better because we dare to dream. We dare to step out. We dare to engage our partners. And lastly, the theme of our campaign this year is Light the Way. Our campaign chairs are Jerry Norcia, who's president and CEO of DTE Energy, and Bishop Edgar Van, who is the senior pastor at Second Ebenezer Baptist Church. And we came up with this theme of lighting the way because we believe, United Way, the best benefit is that we represent everyone, and that together, with all of our best thinking, our best efforts, we can light the way to a better future. So I thank all of you for this time today. I always thank Tara and the Chamber for allowing me to speak with all of you. But I'm so proud to be a member of the Chamber and proud to be in this sector at a time when our community really needs it most. So I just want to encourage everyone to continue to fight, continue to do that great work, and just lean in. There are partners everywhere just waiting to be asked to do this hard work. So with that, I will close and just say thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions that anyone has.
Dr. Hudson, thank you so much. Actually, it's so funny. A lot of the topics you were discussing is some of the things that are really dear to my heart. But one thing that I found really instrumental about what you and United Way have done over the past couple of years is that teaming and collaboration. I think a lot of people have spent a lot of time competing against organizations, which is not really an impactful way of doing things. But one thing I did want to talk through is we actually had an NPN meeting, which is our nonprofit network member meeting, about that mental health grant that was going out through Oakland County. And I'm literally holding some of the application, so I know what's going on a little bit. I know the announcements haven't really been made, but one of the things that I thought was really instrumental is seeing some of these organizations that have not collaborated before and these new partnerships that are coming together. Can you talk through a little bit about how some nonprofits can start looking at other nonprofits to start working with?
Absolutely. It's interesting that you talked about competition, because actually, if you look at what your competitors are doing, that's really, honestly, that is where you start. Who are these people that, normally we're kind of doing things our own way and doing things differently, that you have to lock arms with to be able to accomplish this work. And, you talked about the mental health grants, which I can't speak to yet. We are making an announcement very soon, but I will tell you, it was modeled after what we did together for early childhood during the height of the pandemic with Oakland County. We also administered grants to nonprofits across Oakland County. And one of the things that we did in that partnership and with the COVID fund was asking for collaborations. We were looking for people who were trying to find different ways to bring resources together and partner. I would say starting, again, go to those folks who specialize in the things you specialize with. Where's their alignment? Looking at asset mapping. So what is your service area? Where are your gaps? And then who is filling those gaps? Are there other agencies or organizations that actually specialize, in those parts of, whether it's parts of town or those parts of need, those areas of need, and how can you align and share missions? I also think there's work for our boards in doing this as well. United Way has a very large board. We average about 40 members, and many of them, especially when COVID hit, they were like, hey, I'm on this board. Can you talk to this CEO today? I'm going to put you guys together. They would be on the phone with the CEO saying, all right, you guys, I'm connecting you. Let's see what happens. So I think it has to be our way of doing business. We have all suffered with fundraising. I don't think there's anybody that's going to say fundraising has been the same. We have received a lot more federal funding because of these different partnerships, but traditional campaigns and things of that nature, they've suffered during this time. So it behooves all of us to be able to figure that out. The last thing I would just say is, pay attention to social media. We all have opportunities to lift and to highlight each other. So, as you see different folks who are, now making announcements or serving in different areas, might be some names you never even heard of before. And so that could be another way. And then lastly, you just have to ask, pick up the phone and ask. And I will offer that as a United Way. I had a call with someone yesterday who was really in dire need of services. And I said, well, have you ever applied for a grant? And they said, no. And I'm like, what? I'm not doing my job. This is open for everyone. Please, please. You just have to get out there and ask. The worst somebody's going to say is no. But the good news is, folks, there is another organization that can serve. You see all the sponsors here that are on today, and every last one of them has partnered with us in some way, shape, or form. So I just had to stress that because that was top of mind for me as well. Sometimes we're afraid to ask. You just got to ask. You just have to ask.
Well, it's funny, you're right, because there's so many times we talk about grant writing, and I'm so beyond grateful that your grants team is going to be our last session today, because people are nervous. People are scared of grants. They think they're going to walk into a grant and it's going to be 72 pages and they don't have the time and the resources, but the funds matter to drive the mission of what you're trying to achieve. So it's good to hear you say you're open book to let people, I'm not going to give your cell phone out, but I'm very, but I'm
make
really
sure I put my email in the chat.
Done. Well, Dr. Hudson, thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate it. I am a huge fan. I'm always inspired by every time you get to speak to our audiences, because what you do is so wonderful, but you are truly an impact player. And I think those who are dedicated to making the impact really do drive that. So I appreciate your time, and I'm so grateful for you to be here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tara. And thank you, everyone. And a very special thank you to Sarah Orris on my team who has to help me. I'm still struggling with technology after all this time. So thank you. I appreciate everyone. And again, happy Veterans Day. Thank you to all of you who have served and continue to serve our community.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
All right, everybody, we are going to be on our first break. As I mentioned, we will be taking breaks, so refill your coffee and we'll see you back here at exactly 9:13. Thanks so much. All right, everybody. I hope you got your refill of coffee. It is good to see, actually, I only see one person, but it's good to see that one person who I will be introducing. As I mentioned before, well, firstly, I hope you all enjoyed Dr. Hudson. I know I did. I always leave inspired. I feel like I can take on the world, which makes me just full of joy. But as you know, as our sponsor, we could not have done this without the great support from some of our local sponsors. So first, I would like to introduce our first session sponsor of the day from Entec, Staffing Solutions. And I'd love to introduce not only an amazing person, but you've grown to become a friend. I know we've said that before. Emma Goujon, who will do the next introduction. Thank you so much, Emma.
Oh, thank you, Tara. Thank you for that introduction. That's very sweet. It's a privilege to be here today and to get the chance to connect with so many nonprofits, all doing incredible work in our community. As Tara mentioned, my name is Emma Goujon, and I'm here representing Entec Staffing Solutions. We are a women-owned and operated regional provider of staffing services, and we can offer part-time, full-time, temporary, permanent, pretty much whatever you need, we can help you staff that. The nonprofit sector is one of our fields of expertise, and so it's a privilege to be here presenting at this conference. The jobs we typically staff for are primarily light industrial, so general laborers, high-low operators, warehouse workers. We also staff for HR administrative roles and medical, but we are always growing and expanding, and we are happy to take on new staffing challenges as well. At Entec, we have the privilege of working with many nonprofits in the Metro Detroit area, some of whom I'm very happy to see are here today. We provide staffing for various positions ranging from warehouse workers who are moving inventory for food donations to emergency housing coordinators working at local shelters. Providing jobs to people doing real good in their communities is one of our favorite aspects of the work that we do at Entec. Giving back is also a huge priority for us. Volunteering our time and resources on a regular basis is commonplace at Entec. So we are always looking for new opportunities to work with nonprofits, either to volunteer our time or provide staffing for them. As leaders in the nonprofit field, as everyone here is, working with companies that understand the importance of what you do and prioritize involvement in charitable acts of their own is, of course, very important. So at Entec, we are very proud to both participate in volunteer work and to help staff for organizations that are making a difference. As I'm sure everyone here is well aware, we are in a hiring crisis. As a staffing agency, we have felt the impact of this crisis, and we have found ways to overcome through our resources and our years of experience. The lack of people in the workforce could also be applied to volunteers, and that's why it's crucial now more than ever to have strategy in place to keep those volunteers walking through the door. And that's why we're here right now, to hear from the experts Ann and Marcy from Meeting Coordinators, Inc. on how to both recruit and maintain your volunteer force. Meeting Coordinators is also a women-owned business, which is why I'm extra excited to be the ones presenting them today. They have a wealth of knowledge on the subject. So first up, we've got Ann Bertel. She's the president and founder, and has distinguished herself in the field of corporate and association meeting management for over 25 years in several key national markets. She has developed, organized, and executed complete programs for 5,000 to 30,000 participants on a local, national, and international basis. After completing her education in Michigan, she worked in DC for 10 years in the field of meeting logistics and management. She returned to Michigan, in 1982 to work for an international membership organization, planning their national and international meetings. And in 1988, she ventured out on her own, forming the successful Meeting Coordinators, Inc. to deliver organization, logistical planning, and creative solutions to meeting and events for multiple clients. Joining us today, we also have Marcy Dwyer. She is the vice president. Marcy joined the team in December of 2017. She brings a strong association and meeting professional background to Meeting Coordinators with over 20 years experience in corporate, association, and social programs at the local, state, national, and international levels. Marcy has an MBA with an emphasis on training and finance from Wayne State. She received her undergrad degree at Michigan State University in hotel management. Marcy is a certified meeting planner and a certified association executive and serves on various nonprofit boards. So without further ado, Ann and Marcy.
Thanks so much, Emma. Well, I think we need to cut our bios a little shorter so that we have more time for our presentation. But thank you very much for giving everyone all of that information. Emma, I think basically what it just says is that we tirelessly work in this market of meetings and special events and working with nonprofits and corporations to have the best success rate that they possibly can. I loved also this morning our keynote speaker, Dr. Hudson. She brought up some very valuable points. As a matter of fact, I kind of want to reiterate a little bit right now some of the things that she brought up. And I think that is in tune with what Marcy and I want to talk about today. And that is, she talked strongly about how in these times we have to think differently. I hate that phrase, out of the box, but basically everybody kind of knows what that means. We really can't do the same old and expect the same results because that's not the world that we're living in right now. She also emphasized that we have to go through change. Change is important. You can't have progress without change. She was talking also about leveraging our talent. A lot of times, in your own offices, you have to shift people because you find in this time, certain people may have better rapport with others in the organization. And then because of that, that will work out much better for you. You have to leverage your talent. By doing that, it's like, use your own expertise within house. You have to look at your competitors. And in this market, it's not necessarily even competitors, but it's also look at what other people are doing. That has been the beauty of our organization, that, we can be doing something for a medical association, but then we can turn around and do a twist to it in some way, and it'll work for an engineering organization. So we have to look at what is everybody else doing so that then we can maybe model what will work for us or how we can twist it to work for us. Dr. Hudson, I'm telling you, she had all kinds of good pointers. I could do my whole presentation on just what she was saying. She was also mentioning, look to social media. I think all of us have kind of found, the Twitter and the Instagram and the Facebook, we're finding out a lot more different programs that people are hosting, and we can get some ideas from that. And then lastly, that I noted here that she was saying is ask and talk to others, increase your dialogue, because, a lot of times with us all working from home, we're isolated. And so therefore, then we really need to start and reach out to others. So I will thank Dr. Hudson for that for those lovely pointers, because I think it really leads well into what we're talking about then today, Marcy and I. Also, in my intro now, I'll tell you, the timing of this program is very fortuitous, because I just got back from running a program or working with my client in Tucson, Arizona. It was entirely a volunteer appreciation program. We brought in, now this is an organization, now they have thousands of members, so not all of you can do exactly what they did. Their headquarters is actually in Pittsburgh, but they brought their top volunteers, 50 people, to Tucson, Arizona, just as a total thank you event for 4 days. All it was just rewarding them and thanking them for what was going on in their organization. They even went so far as to bring all of their significant others. So we had over 100 people in one location, and our entire job, that whole program, was making sure that we were pampering them, thanking them, and finding out what else they need in order to be better volunteers. So I will tell you, my head is just all filled now with even new ideas and things that I've learned from this organization that I'd love to be able to share with you. And speaking of that, I just want to say, Marcy, my colleague, and I, we are more than happy. We realize that in 20 minutes or whatever that we have for you today is certainly not long enough to give you everything that's in our head or to personally try and help you. So I will put our contact information, as a matter of fact, right now, I'm going to do that into the chat. And I would really sincerely say, I'd love to talk to you personally and see what it is that I can help you with. And Marcy, the same thing. Whatever it is, if there's an area, we really would like to know what it is that you're struggling with, or what you'd like to have help with, or what it is that you've been doing that maybe needs an additional spark. So contact me, either email or contact us via email or telephone, and we can do a personal one-on-one consultation. And with that, let me just introduce my colleague here, Marcy Dwyer. Marcy and I, Marcy has certainly been in the industry, probably not quite as long as me. And I won't get to tell you, for me, it's been over 30 years. So, she came to meeting coordinators back in 2017, and we are eternally grateful because between the two of us, I don't know how many hundreds of years experience then that we can bring to you. But Marcy, what do you want to say in the intro?
Let me go ahead and do that while Anne's putting our contact information into the chat. Oh, you were so efficient. And then we're going to pull up our PowerPoint slides with the share screen. Marcy Dwyer, the pandemic brought a lot of activity for many of our clients with volunteers. I personally worked with one of our medical clients in coordinating over 300 hours of volunteering for medical professionals in the early days of the vaccine clinic shot distribution. So it was amazing to partner with, as Dr. Hudson mentioned, partnering and doing things differently was so important. We partnered with the Optometrists Association, the Dental Association, nursing associations, and medical associations. And in the early days, we were able to help various county health departments get shot givers. And it was just so rewarding for our volunteers and for our organization. It was the power of nonprofits that made this happen. So we're going to go ahead and pull up our PowerPoint slides. Give us a moment to get that started. And hit share. And
Here we go.
From beginning.
There we go.
And then try your arrow down button and see if that changes. There it does. You want to just touch base with this?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, obviously today we're going to talk about recruiting your volunteers, maintaining your volunteers, and we've got a few tips that we can give you if we haven't already given you a few tips. Our contact information is in the chat, so please, I welcome, as I said before, any information or any questions that any of you may have directly to us.
So I'm going to go ahead and start. And thank you to Emma for that wonderful introduction. We will shorten it next time. Emma with Entec Staffing Solutions also said she's happy to be a resource for people. So please put questions in the Q&A. We will try and address them, but we are committed to addressing any question after this presentation with one-on-one conversations. And we thank Emma again for her support for us and for this conference. Recruiting volunteers. Dr. Hudson mentioned, and we try to agree, it's changing times. We also want to point out, in talking with many different groups, that recruiting volunteers has become harder these past few years. People's schedules have changed. They may not have as much free time to be volunteers. It may be harder to communicate with them, especially during this pandemic. And so we want to address that. We realize it's harder to accomplish and maybe give you some new ideas on how to do that. One of the most important things is determining how you'll recruit your volunteers and how you communicate with them. We're going to give you some samples of different ideas and doing things out of the box on working with volunteers. Go ahead and next slide. So how to recruit. Right now in how to recruit, there are a variety of different recruitment platforms. I'm going to start off with that right away. And those some of you may be familiar with. There's such things as Sign Up Genius, Volunteer Spot, volunteer programs through your existing database software. These recruitment platforms are electronic and often integrate with social media. Some of the advantages of them is that they will build in automated reminders, prompts, etc., making it easier for you in recruiting the volunteers. Also making it easier for your end user on signing up, seeing information, and having the ability to interact with your organization. So it's important to explore these if you've never looked at them before. And we will have a resource page available on our website, which is meeting-coordinators.com, and we'll make sure that that website is in the chat so that you can reach it again. Or just contact us directly and we'll connect you to that resource page. Word of mouth. So that's been around forever. but it's become more important in recruiting volunteers these days. In fact, many of our organizations are encouraging their committee members or board members to make sure they have word of mouth talking points and can do direct personal outreach in recruiting volunteers. Digital marketing. Right now in today's world, if things are available electronically and that people can reach that and understand it and be impressed by it, you're going to have more success in recruiting volunteers. We have some samples that we've used with other groups and love to share those with people. I mentioned in-person outreach. I just wanted to put it again there so that you can actually ask your committee or your staff to do some direct in-person outreach. Preparing the garden. So many of you may be gardeners out there, and you know to have a more successful garden, you may have to do some prep work. You may have to do things to the soil, use composting, turning the dirt, making sure that things are the right environment for your plants to grow. The same as with volunteers. You may have to prep your garden. You may have to do communication pieces in your newsletter or at your meetings, getting people interested in the idea of volunteering, prepping them for what's required, what will be they'll ask us to do, giving them that background information so that when you do make them they ask to volunteer, the garden has already been prepped. Lastly, as recruiting volunteers, we want to say print is not dead. Many of us during the pandemic got away from print flyers, print newsletters, as we were trying to communicate everything electronically. There's still a time to send a printed piece to your audience and asking them to volunteer, maybe making posters available at various locations that they'll see. And seeing that print is, still a viable way to catch someone's attention. Anne had actually, during the pandemic, prompted us to do some extra large postcards for various activities. And we really saw that that had a huge impact, that print is not dead.
Well, I think that the thing is that because we're all using electronic communication so often, we're not getting as many pieces in the mail. And so therefore, then if you do send something, it stands out. So it's not that we want you spending a lot of money in that area, but not to forget that. And I think basically all of, even what Marcy is saying here, it really takes a lot of cultivating. And as you all know, I'm not telling you anything that you don't know, but it is that personal relationship that you develop by doing all of these things, your recruiting, your word of mouth, digital marketing, in person, that is what really sustains your volunteers. It has got to be that one-on-one personal contact. Anything else, Marcy?
Yep. We're going to keep moving along with the limited time. So how you recruit. Dr. Hudson said it very well, that you may have to do things differently. You may have to adjust or think outside of the box. And so with how you recruit, I've already mentioned some of the electronic platforms like Volunteer Spot and Sign Up Genius. Many of your organizations may be using Google or Microsoft Teams, but explore how you can use those things to recruit differently. We're going to have a resource sheet on our website, which is going to list a variety of other platforms. In terms of how you recruit, though, you may have to think out of the box and change your volunteer activities to be smaller tasks. Episodic volunteering has become much more popular, with rather than getting a volunteer to commit for the long haul and to do a project that takes many months, asking them to do one portion of it so they can get in and get out. That has become really important in trusting your volunteers and giving them all the instructions and communication you need for how you do that. So we want to point out how you recruit, you may have to change your point of view and methods. Go ahead to the next slide.
Did it not go?
Oh, give us a second.
I don't know why it's not going.
One more time.
There we go. Just didn't press the button hard enough.
So yeah, I'm going to let Anne get started with maintaining volunteers. Or would you like me to start?
No, I can certainly talk about that. I think, a lot of times, this volunteers, it takes a lot of work. We just think, oh, we can't build it and they'll come, but that's not true. You have to have the infrastructure for your volunteers. And therefore then job descriptions are very important. Your volunteers have to know exactly what they're how they're supposed to start, how they're supposed to end, and what has to happen in between. That I know it says it at the bottom, rehearsal, but rehearsals are really, really important. And it's almost like you can't rehearse enough with some of your volunteers. And that goes back to being in communication with them and clear communication with them and building that rapport with them so that they feel comfortable, you know, at any point to be able to talk to you. Like, you know, even today's program, you know, Cindy was doing a fabulous job of organizing everything. But at the last minute, you know, she said, hey, listen, here's my cell phone number in case there is anything. So that being proactive, and so that your volunteers feel very comfortable as to what it is that they need to do and who they need to reach out to if they need additional assistance. You know, reminders, of course, you know, that's you know, obvious to all of us. And that hierarchy or that contact, you know, clear point of contact, how people need to be contacting you, what has to happen. And, you know, also very important, an emergency plan. I mentioned I was just off at this other conference. And as you can imagine, you know, with this event, just thanking all of our volunteers. We had many volunteers at this program that were in their 80s. Even, you know, I had a couple of them that were 92. And unfortunately, you know, we had somebody at this conference who ended up having a heart attack. And we knew exactly what it was that we needed to do, who was to be contacted, how we were to handle everything. I am pleased to say that he's fine, he's wonderful, and actually he was only in his 50s. So you have to have an emergency plan, not just, you know, a medical emergency, but anything else that you think that could possibly happen. And nowadays, you know, it's also letting your police departments know and anyone that could possibly help you when it is a challenge like that. And again, I can't say it enough, rehearsal, or communication. It's really what it is that you need. Anything, Marcy, you want to add to that?
Yeah, again, we want to give you a couple of examples in maintaining volunteers that happened during the pandemic, but I think are good lessons for all of us in working with volunteers. So as Anne started talking about job descriptions, those of it, we know that you guys know this. This has existed for a long time. You've probably all had complete job descriptions and organized the task, what your volunteers need to do. But in today's world, communicating those job descriptions so that they have a thorough understanding of their expectations has become more important than ever. Especially when working with volunteers during the pandemic, we lost opportunity for face-to-face interaction. So making those job descriptions accessible and easy to understand, and making sure there's the ability every step of the way for your volunteers to ask questions and communicate back to you easily, giving them that red easy button has become more important than ever. So sometimes using these electronic platforms or some of the tools you may have through your websites or other means of communication become more important than ever. One example I want to give is that during this process, if you remember back at the beginning of the pandemic, offices had to close. People couldn't go to their offices where they were used to getting work and information. And so we had to communicate with people in a different way, doing things differently. So having the job description so that we could put them out there and suddenly create that need of communication became more important. With the clear communication, having reminders for your volunteers. You know, if you're now asking them to do a different task, a task they've never done before, making sure you have prompts and reminders, making sure you've obtained cell phones and emails and identified for them how you're going to communicate so they know what to expect and where to look and see your information. Again, I'll reiterate it, giving them the ability to communicate back to you at any step of the process and ask questions. With one organization, we actually identified coaches for our volunteers. So the minute they signed up, they had a coach. So if they could not reach us in the office, they could always call that coach directly on the phone, email them, or text them. The coach's job was to reassure the volunteer, guide them through it with a one-on-one coaching, and also be there to answer any question that came up. We found that just having those coaches improved the volunteer experience and the volunteer activity immensely. We've talked about clear point of contacts, but in making sure that that's accessible and identified at all elements of your volunteer thing, whether it's pre-work or the day of the event or the day of the activity. I kind of smile and laugh because Anne knows I love people to wear colorful t-shirts if they're the head coach or the head volunteer, hats. If I had my way, people would be wearing beauty style banners across their chest. They've never let me do that, but I still want to try. So making sure it's really clear who the main point of contact is all throughout the process and the day of the event. Many organizations, since your volunteers could be coming together face to face for the first time in the day of the event, will put up a big whiteboard and make clear on that whiteboard during orientation who's the main point of contacts. And again, maybe they have a different colored vest or a different colored t-shirt, making those people easy to find. The emergency plans, as Anne mentioned, with a lot of our activities that happened during COVID and ongoing, not only communicating with your venue, the hotel, the conference center, the office building that you're in, but communicating with public officials became more important than ever, so that the police department, the fire department, et cetera, were aware, the public health department, of what you're doing in terms of our volunteers and activities. I mentioned that we coordinated medical people working with the vaccine public health departments. We also did emergency PPE distribution, which is this photo. And again, we had 800 people come to our events, very short term, many volunteer hours, and it was just incredible what nonprofits can do. And rehearsal. Rehearsals can be done different ways, whether they're pre-event rehearsals electronically, whether they're in-person staging, walkthroughs, I think have become really important. So again, if your organization faces a challenge, as Dr. Hudson said, talk to someone else, reach out to another colleague in a similar organization and talk it through. That in itself is kind of a rehearsal, and it's a great way to learn from others.
What Marcy's points are extremely valid, and I know she's kind of geared it more so to the outside volunteers, like when it's event, but you also have internal volunteers, I know, where they're maybe doing telephone campaigns, they're doing mailings, they're doing various things, I hope, when COVID subsides, back into your offices. And that takes, I think a lot of times we get a little lax going, oh, they're coming in, so I don't need to prep as much. But that takes as much preparation also, because at that point, you don't want to necessarily always just explaining what it is that you're doing. We want them to know what their task is and why that they're there. But more importantly, while they're in your offices, that's your opportunity to get to know these people on a one-on-one. Because if they know you and you know about them, and you can say, how's your daughter? How's your job going? How's this going? You're building a rapport with those people that is invaluable. And those people know people who can come on in. So if you're only, when you're having them there, if you're only explaining to them what their job is and what it is that they have to do, that's a mistake, because you really want them to hit the ground running. And that's just your opportunity for you to get to know them personally, so that you have a volunteer for life. Anything else, Marcy?
Very good. This is you.
Create a great experience. I guess, I'm a people person, and I think most of you out there are probably a people person too. And so we do what we have to do. And again, going back to you connect with your volunteers. You have to build that bond with them. You have to be able to identify what the type of volunteers it is that you need. I mean, do you need youth groups? Do you need the senior group? Do you need the business group? Do you, what is it? What type of volunteers do you need? And therefore, then you have to come up with a specific plan for those to obtain those volunteers. And that's where you're building rapport in the industry really, really helps. Because again, going back to Dr. Hudson again, creating cooperation between organizations. Maybe you can go reach out to another organization that was similar to yours, or maybe you have attended other organizations' events and you see how they do it and how they can pull people in. All of that, is so very important. And the importance of saying thank you. I hate using that word all the time, importance, but it is important. Thank you. And thank yous along the way, little things that help you as you're in committee meetings or you're out someplace. And it doesn't have to be something that's, of $1 million value, but it does have to be something that just shows them how important you think that they are. And it may be as simple as giving them all stars. You're my star volunteer group. And so here for them today, I'm giving all of you a gold star. And, later on, you're going to maybe, vote who your hardest working volunteer is, or give them a challenge, and then have a little reward for that. Then whatever the challenge is, the person that, has made the most phone calls or whatever, at the end of the day, they're going to get the gift certificate to Dairy Queen, and it can be, Dairy Queen has certificates as low as, $5. And that will go a long way with your volunteers, making it fun. It has to be fun. If they're having fun, you're having fun, and somehow or another, the money follows. I don't know how that happens, but sometimes then money follows then if you're having a good time. I'm still in awe. I would love to talk to Dr. Hudson in greater detail to find out how they jumped to 36 million. I mean, that is impressive in a year. I mean, we all have these benchmarks for our organization, but certainly that we wouldn't have put it that high on the list. So Marcy, do you want to say anything? Because you've worked with so many volunteers also.
So, and we do want to share, we love when Dr. Hudson said ask. I don't currently see any questions in the Q&A. So if anyone, we do see one.
We do have a question.
Yeah.
What best practices have you found in using Microsoft Teams effectively for volunteers? Oh, Marcy. Both of us are not big fans of Microsoft Teams. I have to admit, it is a way to communicate. The challenge with Microsoft Teams is not everyone is so technically savvy, and you have to be pretty technically savvy in order to be using Teams. Now, if you're using Teams for your own staff, that I think works out really, really well. But for volunteers, I think that's a tough one. What have you found, Marcy?
So Ann and I are smiling because Ann and I have both worked with different clients in Microsoft Teams, and Ann most recently finished a really big project with Microsoft Teams.
Yeah.
I've really found that with the volunteer that's not technically savvy or not familiar with Teams, that I have to do some one-on-one coaching to get Teams set up with them and then get them used to using it in a preferred method. Give us a call. We've got some real life examples on that one. But I smile when I say it, that we're not necessarily a fan of Microsoft Teams, and there could be better platforms to use. But if it's what you've decided to do, happy to give you some one-on-one tips on making it more effective and shared with you some of the things that we've done with a variety of groups.
Yeah. I think it's more effective when it's the staffing. Staff, can maneuver around it very, very well. Volunteers, I don't think can do it that well. Let's see, we got a couple other questions. How do you determine what a small reward is appropriate for a volunteer? I don't want a $5 certificate to Dairy Queen. Well, maybe it's not a tangible reward. Maybe it is just an emotional reward. Maybe it is then publishing the names of those volunteers and how much you appreciate what they did for you, and even saying what it is that they did. A lot of people, their motivation for doing something is so that their boss can see that they're doing it. So if you're printing something in a newsletter, that certainly helps. It helps then to get their name out there so that they can show their boss, show their fellow employees, what it is that they're doing. How small, I mentioned, sometimes they just get a kick out of the fact that, they've got a gold star for the day, or that they, got the pen from the organization with the name on it, that they can take that themselves. So if you're struggling and you've done a few things in the past, you want to talk to me about specifically to your organization, I'd happily be able to, do that for you. Joanne says, any guidelines when volunteers are the contact for groups of teen volunteers? I don't know if we've got anything in our resource about working with teens. I want to assume at least that you've got adult supervision, and then you've appointed a teen supervisor. What do you want to say, Marcy?
So again, Ann and I work with a variety of different groups. I'm very involved in the PTA, and actually as a volunteer, I'm a state PTA many-year volunteer. So when working with children and teens, there are definitely some guidelines in terms of additional training your volunteers might have to go through in working with teens. You may actually want to take the effort to have all of your volunteers working with teens to be verified and vetted by the police department. I'm happy to talk with you more on that one-on-one and kind of share with you some documents that some organizations have on working with children. But you may want to consider some of those extra steps if you know that your volunteers are working with teens. And I hope Joanne gives you a starting point to answer your question.
Great. Anybody else have anything else out there? It's, it's not easy. I know we only have a couple more minutes, left to go. It really is developing that rapport. And that is what builds you then to the next level. And that's what builds other attendees. And I think a lot of times we get so busy in the setting up and the doing of the work that I think it really should be off balance. I think more time should be spent working with volunteers than actually the legwork for planning the event. I think if you turn it so that at least 50% of your time is developed towards working with volunteers and what it is that they need, I think then the event will go off much smoother, or your organization will gather more valuable feedback and strength for the organization. So I think
so one thing I want to share with the entire group as we go on to the next slide is that one of the things I love about working here at Meeting Coordinators is you can tell that we love interacting and talking to people about how they can make their own organization better. And through Meeting Coordinators does host a kind of a monthly chat for organizations.
Oh, yeah.
We also are thrilled to answer any kind of question or share what we've observed or done ourselves in improving your volunteer experience. We've had people through the years who called us and said, we're just struggling. We used to get volunteers coming out of the woodwork, and now we can't even get a few people. We are happy to talk to you about that, and please reach out to it. We also would like to share this with this greater community. So feel free to email us your questions.
I think our time is up. I think I'm getting the warning here that we're pretty close to this. But yes, as Marcy said, we are accessible. We've been doing this for so many years that we are so very, very happy in order to share our knowledge with you. And before COVID, I did a bi-monthly sit down chat, have a cup of coffee for free, come join us and hit me with your questions. And that had been extremely successful before COVID. And I think as of January, we're going to start that again. So sign up for our newsletter on our website or contact us, and we'll add you to the list, because that really does help for us to be able to have a sit down conversation with you. And hit me with questions, because things come up all the time. The only way I have learned through this business is really through others and by doing. So thank you so much for your time today. I think we may even be 1 minute over.
4 minutes left.
Do we? Oh, I thought we had to end it at 9:55 or 50. So okay, I guess not. So anyway, any other questions or anything else, Marcy, you wanna drop in?
Tara, thank.
Oh,
Yeah, I was
Tara,
gonna say, ladies, there's still actually one more question in here.
is there?
It
Okay.
says, do you have any tips on recruiting remote or virtual volunteers?
Facebook even, we've done a lot of things through Facebook where you just put up a Facebook ad and you find that there are people that are interested in that industry. That would be one way to do it. Marcy, what do you think?
Two things. It was one of my top 3 tips. In identifying volunteers, and again, thinking out of the box or doing something differently, it's often look at the task and say, what kind of person could do this? Is this a new person to your organization? Is this a person who has to be experienced? Could it be a college student? Once you've identified the kind of people that could be volunteers, doing your outreach and partnering with other organizations or other methods of communication, putting a little blurb in someone else's newsletter could bring you volunteers. Again, I mentioned that personal outreach and going after that target market, doing a specialized, this is the kind of volunteer we want. How do we communicate with that audience? Almost like you are hunting them down. You've identified your segment market and you're going after them directly versus a general broadcast to your volunteers. Happy to continue to share more tips. We've really enjoyed today. And I just want to thank the Troy Chamber and everyone, Tara, for putting this on.
And Entec. And by the way, we have used Entec, so please, I will give them a thumbs up. So that's an excellent opportunity for everyone also. And they've got lots of knowledge too on obtaining volunteers. So, and paid, obviously they do the paid staff. So whatever it is, please, hey, reach out. I'm so happy to be part of this morning. And I am so thrilled to learn so much from Dr. Hudson. And I want to know about that 36 mil.
I think we all want to learn about the $36
Yeah,
million.
no
I think that's a
kidding.
huge
No
win for all of us. Well, Anne and Marcy, thank you so much. Personally,
Pleasure.
Anne, you know I've called you numerous times for advice on certain things. So I hope your new job is not everyone blowing up your phone and email, but I actually do hope that is the case, because
I
you
do
both
too.
are such a wealth of knowledge. And I
Yep.
appreciate you so much sharing your time and talents with us today. So thank you all so
Thank you.
much. Thank you to Entec as well for this session. And guys, we're going to be taking a 5-minute break. We'll see you all soon. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Tara.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. I hope you all learned a little bit about volunteerism. I think the overall great message that we learned is we need to appreciate our volunteers. And I will also say I will never get mad if someone gives me a $5 Dairy Queen gift certificate. That doesn't sound that bad, but I do agree. It matters most to show the appreciation and care for that. So we are going to be moving on to our second session. So I would first like to thank our second session sponsor, which is Walsh College. Let me see who is going to be speaking with us. So Gabriel from Walsh will be introducing our next presenter. So Gabriel, if you are out there, I would love to see you. So start your camera and we'll get you moving. Gabriel, are you out there?
Yep, I am. For some reason, it won't let my video start.
Oh, no worries. We can get you started now. There you are.
There we go. Perfect.
All right, so I will pass it to Gabriel from Walsh. Thanks so much, everyone.
Good morning. Well, thank you, everyone. My name is Gabriel Shatko. I'm one of the admissions advisors for Walsh College. We're thrilled to be a part of this event. And today, we'd like to tell you a little bit about Walsh College. So Walsh is a private, not-for-profit institution based in Troy, Michigan. Walsh offers bachelor's, master's, certificate, and doctoral programs in business and IT, including an MBA with cybersecurity, an option to complete 2 master's degrees in one program with the dual MBA in information technology leadership. In addition, Walsh offers master's and certificate programs in data analytics, cybersecurity, and project and program management. For 100 years, we have taught practical applied learning from industry professionals to prepare students for successful careers in business and information technology. Walsh programs are offered with flexibility to complete courses fully online, remotely, or in our connected class option to join on campus or connect into your course virtually. Walsh is proud to offer cybersecurity programs, and we were one of the first in the state to be designated as a center of academic excellence in cyber defense through the National Security Agency. Walsh is also the first school in the nation to offer a concentration in automotive cybersecurity. If you have questions, contact information will be provided. And with that, I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Joel Chinsky. Joel's background in IT is extensive. At a young age, he worked in large corporate environments for companies including Ford, Pfizer, and Budco, with roles ranging from network administrator to IT specialist. In 2007, the creative entrepreneur formed JDC Tech, a modest and ever-evolving IT company. So with that, I will turn it over to Joel.
Good morning, everyone. I'll get my share screen here. All right, hopefully you guys can see that. My name is Joel Chinsky. I am the founder of JDC Tech. We are a managed IT services, security, and solutions company. We provide all technologies our clients need, from phones, computers, servers, cloud technologies, cybersecurity, and more. I appreciate the opportunity to share our insights, how technology can secure and improve your efficiencies. I hope I can share valuable information that will shift your mindset on what your role, your IT partner's role, and many requirements handed out by compliance agency mean for all of us. Before I get started, I'm also going to put my contact information in the chat, although I'm spotlighted, so that's a little tricky. Give me just a moment. Chat. You guys can always reach me. I work 24/7, as many IT professionals do. All right. Before I do get started in the technical side, I do want to take a few minutes and share a quick story of a young boy in the late 1980s who, like many as young children, got into trouble and was grounded often. This family was one of the first in the neighborhood to have a home computer and a dot matrix printer. This extensive and expensive technology at the time was provided by the father's employer. They built out a complete home office so that he could work remotely. Yes, I said work remotely in the late 1980s. Many of you hadn't had a chance to experience what working remotely was like until the last decade, or more recently with our planet's health crisis. There wasn't internet like we know it today. There wasn't email spam, ransomware fears, phishing attacks, wireless internet, or even Netflix. Wow, what a boring world that was. No one was glued to their mobile devices 24/7 or connected to various other screens, constantly downloading worldwide content. We had to pick up a corded phone in our kitchens and make calls without privacy. I hope all of you had that experience to appreciate in many respects what privileges technology has allowed us over the years. So you get the picture. It's the late 1980s, and this boy was eager to learn new things and would use the computer when his father was done working or out of the house for a meeting. Dial-up internet came, and connections to privately hosted bulletin board systems was the internet before it is what it is today. These bulletin board systems allowed people to connect with one another, share information very much like forums today. Due to some regular bad behavior, the boy was grounded from the computer for a month. As a parent, I now know how stubborn children can be. Children can also be very resourceful and create solutions to problems that are created out of those frustrations. At the time, there was a lock and key on the front of many desktop computers. This lock allowed the owner to stop the keyboard from sending keystrokes to the computer, hence rendering the computer unusable. It's a neat idea, right? Well, not so neat to a young child who wants to use the computer. One night out of frustration, the young boy unscrewed the case of the desktop computer, followed two wires from the lock to the circuit board we call the motherboard, unplugged it, and miraculously, the keyboard worked. Every night, the boy's father would lock the PC with a grin on his face, thinking he was in control, not knowing the lock he was turning wasn't connected to anything. The boy pretended to be sad every night and take his punishment. And when his parents were sleeping, the boy would get out of bed, sneak into the office, and have full use of the PC. When I told my father about this many years later, you know when you tried to punish me? And yes, that boy was me. We had a good laugh, and I haven't stopped taking things apart since. What I hope all of you take from the story is ground your kids more often. No, I'm kidding. The real lesson, although you may be putting safeguards in place, that doesn't mean you're secure. My father thought he was locking the computer, and he wasn't. I see people buy off-the-shelf products they believe are working and aren't. It has taken me 30+ years to amass the knowledge and proficiencies to master technology and security. When your IT partner wants to discuss what has changed in the last year or two and what new approaches they recommend, it's not just a sales pitch. Hundreds of new threats emerge daily, and IT security professionals must constantly work to stay ahead of our adversaries. Are you secure? We get questions like, I can't get breached because I have antivirus, right? Or you're taking care of all my security needs for $10 a month. Unfortunately, in both cases, the answer would be false. Security is a layered approach. And our duty as our client's IT partner is to educate on which layers are critical and which to add when budgets allow, and in many cases, when compliance requirements mandate them. When we talk about compliance, I'm speaking about HIPAA, PCI, CMMC, GDPR, just to name a few. They all require extensive documentation, auditing, security services in place to meet those regulations. Working towards any of these standards lowers overall risk by forcing us to do what we should to plan, protect, and recover from incidents. How are your staff educated? This is one of the most important steps we can take right now to protect those around us and our companies. Security awareness can come in many forms. It's typically provided through your IT partner via newsletters, on-site training, or many automated services to ensure everyone has security awareness training. These services may include educational videos and advanced simulations to test your employees' cyber smart skills. By deploying security awareness training, this alone will go a long way to bring your company security posture up. Who is protecting your company? The first line of defense is you. And when I say you, I mean you and your staff. Your IT partner's role is to create the framework for your business security. They will deploy and manage solutions that target different attack surfaces, solutions to help you meet compliance, and monitor everything in between. It's critical that you are part of the conversation. You cannot buy off-the-shelf security. You cannot buy off-the-shelf HIPAA compliance. Make sure if you do not have a trusted IT partner, you're not trying to do this on your own. We don't drill our own teeth when we have a cavity or perform our own surgeries. Well, at least most of us don't. Find a partner you trust and has demonstrated they're continuously re-educating and providing you the services and solutions your organization needs to be secure and competitive in your field. What is in place? The what to have in place should be numerous layers that protect the various exposures your company has. Your IT partner needs to evaluate what systems exist. How are they used? How do devices communicate internally and externally? What compliance requirements need to be met? And make recommendations on how your company can reach those goals. What happens if there is a breach? I want to be perfectly clear. There's no such thing as 100% security. I know that may be depressing for some, but we have to be realistic. Tens of thousands of hackers working for foreign governments are constantly attacking US-based companies. We have no chance unless we stand together and shore up our defenses. This truly is a war, unfortunately, and one that has real consequences. Interruption to our food chain, healthcare, fuel, and countless other necessities we all need to survive are under attack. We need to protect ourselves, our companies, and educate everyone around us, and work with IT partners that are security first in their approach. Depending on the type of breach, you also may be required to notify your board of directors, shareholders, clients, or patients. This could be a breach of financial information, client lists, documents, email fraud, or anything in between. You do not want the bad reputation that comes with a breach as an unsecure business to work with. Please work with your IT partner to ensure layers of security are in place to limit any type of access by anyone not authorized. So what's the most critical thing to do right now? And that's start somewhere. If you have no security, hire someone to help you get some security. If you already have some, have a conversation with an IT company to see where you can improve on it. Lastly, so you think you have excellent security, or so you've been told, get another opinion to ensure that you are provided what is needed to protect your business. Cybersecurity for nonprofits. So this is why we are here today. Nonprofit organizations are considered easier targets by cyber criminals. Hackers are opportunists, and most nonprofit organizations have less cybersecurity measures to protect against malicious attacks. Many nonprofits rely greatly on donations and grants. Cyber attacks can impact everyone associated with your organization, from donors to volunteers and program participants. Having protections in place ensure those funds reach you and provide the highest impact in your service delivery. Many organizations will say they're HIPAA compliant. Unfortunately, someone creating some policies from a template they downloaded on the internet and slap their logo on it doesn't cut it. HIPAA compliance, in part, is the creation of documentation stating your risks, how you handle those risks, and what you're actively doing to protect from those risk factors. Having controls in place, auditing, and security services from an IT partner that understands HIPAA is crucial to avoid costly fines and ultimately a breach. HIPAA compliance also requires yearly recertifying by a third party that will audit and validate your compliance against HIPAA rules and regulations. 94% of entities audited by the government have had their HIPAA compliance fall short. And the percentage of failure is typically used to determine the fines imposed. Please do not become part of that statistic. We work closely with industry leaders in HIPAA compliance and also partner with solution providers that help our clients bridge the knowledge gap and create a conforming HIPAA plan and policy with third-party validated results. The image on the left in this slide is one of the worst known ransomwares in use today, CryptoLocker. This is a direct result of failure on numerous layers to stop an attack. Having proper safeguards and solutions to block rogue executables or blocking communication between your devices and command and control botnets in another country could have stopped this attack. Let's talk about what safeguards you should be working toward incorporating in your businesses. Before we move along, I do want to add a quick note. There are numerous discounts from Microsoft and other vendors, specifically Microsoft 365, which we see many companies adopt. If you have not adopted this technology, the link that I'm providing here will help you go to the sign up page, and we'll also talk about some of the discounts they have. When I looked today, I saw you could have 10 licenses, up to 10 for free, which is an entire platform: Microsoft Office, Teams, email addresses, online storage. These are the types of solutions that you should be using and getting more benefit from, especially as a nonprofit, which is becoming the standard. All right, so moving on. This is the components. When we talk about what can we do to limit our risk? What can we do to protect our companies? And on the left side is what we believe is a minimum solution stack any company should have in place. Each of these layers plays their role to stop a cyber attack and to protect you from a breach. Air-gapped backup technology ensures backups cannot be altered should an attacker infiltrate your network or your backup device. Backups are protected from bad actors, ransomware, or even mistakes. A firewall, a gateway, or think of it as a traffic cop at each office location, or a modern software-based service that runs on each desktop, laptop, mobile device, server, with the ability to create rules that allow or block network and internet traffic. Endpoint detection and response. This is really a newer category of antivirus with higher capabilities than the likes of the standard Norton antivirus, McAfee antivirus, which are common. This type of protection actually watches behavior of applications, services, executables, and can stop them when they misbehave. Security patching. This alone can stop 50% or more of successful attacks that are ongoing right now. Vulnerabilities are found in software, hardware, network equipment, and patches are released frequently. These patches must be obtained, installed, and verified to ensure those known vulnerabilities are closed as soon as possible. Multi-factor authentication. Any application or online service that allows for this technology needs to be enabled. This ensures when you access your bank, online QuickBooks, email, company resources, that they're really double protected. If someone had your password, they're not going to have your second required piece of information, usually from an app like Google Authenticator, Microsoft Authenticator, sometimes a text message, and sometimes a call. Security awareness training. As we talked about, this could be automated or in-person regular training to ensure staff is educated in how to avoid falling prey to impersonation emails, fake links, and even requests for their passwords. And password manager. This can come in the form of a website, a browser add-in, a mobile app. This piece of software will help you securely store and generate difficult passwords. This should also be protected with multi-factor authentication. The right column is what I really categorize as cybersecurity. These combinations of services blanket the gaps that technology creates internally and externally at your company. Dark web credential scanning. This service pulls information from third-party companies that actually collect usernames, passwords that have been leaked, breached, or stolen on the dark web, where criminals share or sell PII, personal identifiable information. An MDR, Managed Detection and Response Platform. This is a service that actively hunts for threats that antivirus cannot. This service will detect attackers who abuse legitimate Windows applications and processes that can bypass other security and establish a persistence on your networks. This service has the capability to isolate those devices, remediate threats, and also kick attackers out of your networks. JDC Tech Secure Global Network Platform. This is a game changer for security for the mobile workforce. This one solution allows us to create a global private network through an application that runs on each device. Systems are then secured by a cloud firewall with advanced cybersecurity solutions. Those systems can communicate from anywhere in the world, any internet connection, and stay fully protected. In the recent years, we were focused on securing an office, but only what was inside the building was really protected. Now we have the tools and solutions that follow staff wherever they work from. And lastly, audit logging and incident response with a SIEM. A SIEM collects logs from computers, servers, network traffic, firewalls, and it really pools all that, we call it telemetry, information, so it can create a full picture of what's going on with the devices on your network, and it can detect rogue devices on the network. And then incidents are triggered when non-standard events take place. And then a company such as us will get alerted. This computer created a new user and it was shared and now it has admin rights. Those are things that we should know about on our own networks if we're not doing it ourselves. And one of the critical pieces to maintain security. So why the urgency? Over the past 24 months, cyber incidents have grown exponentially, and I feel it will continue for the foreseeable future. One of the reasons is that the attack surface itself is growing every year with more devices on the internet and in our companies. Last month specifically was National Security Awareness Month. CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, I know it's a mouthful, hosted 4 wonderful 4-hour-length webinars talking about the steps that our government was taking to secure their own systems and what steps everyone else should also be taking. It is still 100% our responsibility and requirement in many industries to put forth a strong security posture and to raise the bar for you and those around you. I am going to share a link that has the recordings for those 4 amazing webinars that the government put on. It will take some time to get through them, but I absolutely recommend that this is something that everyone should watch. All right, so you have those. Last month. Okay. All right, this came out this week. I mean, literally hot off the press. Our Deputy Attorney General put out a warning and actually put companies on notice that are lacking or providing deficient cybersecurity service. This means that if you're provided grant money from the federal government, they will audit your security in the very near future. And if you fail to meet their standards, which have not been fully disclosed yet, you may risk losing future grant money or pay penalties. This also means if IT security firms are selling incomplete security solutions, they will also be at risk. This cyber fraud initiative is important for us all to ensure that we are playing our part to secure our digital worlds. Please continue the conversation with your IT partner. Ask the right questions with this new guidance. We really must do everything we can together to raise awareness of our lack of security and implement more of it in our daily lives. Thank you very much. Is there any questions that I didn't see? Everyone?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if any of our audience was completely freaked out, but I am one of them who now was like looking at everything in my computer, which was why I was actually taking some time as I was logging back in. But it is good to know all these different resources. And Joel, I'm really grateful for that. I guess one question that we do have is, what do you see is one of the largest risks that nonprofits are taking? Obviously, we have limited funds. And there are some mistakes being made. What are some of those mistakes that you are actually seeing being made most often?
What I see the most is putting trust in solutions without them being fully vetted. You know, a lot of people will buy a service or solution. It's kind of like the first one that they took a look at without having numerous verified results, you know, from those solutions. And, you know, one of the things that we do on a yearly basis is I invest in 3 of the same thing. I actually will buy 3 of the same service and 3 of the same solution and pit them against each other to make sure that I know anything that we're going to recommend is vetted and does what it says that it will do. But as an organization, what I see is they'll have a company that they've worked with for a long time that they trust, but it's one of those, you don't know what you don't know, right? If that company hasn't been exposed to current risks and a multitude of, you know, scenarios, that's the risk, is that they're going to be very narrow-sighted. And that's why it's important, not that I think everyone needs to go out and, you know, get rid of their IT partner. It's just make sure that you have those conversations, that you trust that they're going out there and making sure that the solutions they're providing are the right ones and they're giving the value back, you know, to those nonprofits.
Yeah, so Jill, I actually have another question here as well. The question is as a lot of us are starting websites and reconfiguring our website specifically, we do come across ones that say unsecured or things of that nature. What is there something they should be doing to make sure that's not on their page? And should they be even visiting those who don't have that security?
So they shouldn't be visiting them, but they should definitely reach out to those companies because unfortunately that's just bad practice. The last few years, companies have moved from HTTP to HTTPS, which means that everything you see is encrypted, you know, on that website. And if your browser is telling you, hey, this is risky, it's actually telling you that for a reason. So if it's one of your websites, one of your company websites that kicks off that error, you definitely want to have a conversation with your web marketing company, whoever manages that site, and they need to install what's called a SSL certificate. And by doing that, you'll get the nice little lock on that address line, and then the browsers won't, you know, stop people from getting to your sites. So that's definitely what we recommend.
Okay, and I have one other question. I'm not sure if I understand it, but if you open up a link or something that's not, I guess, a contaminated link of some sort, a phishing link on your cell phone, can it affect anything to your actual computer or your website or any of your data if you're doing it from your cell phone?
So that's a very new area. Some of the technologies that exist today will recommend that devices like mobile devices have antivirus, have filtering of internet traffic. There are apps that can act malicious, you know, look at your contacts. It's really a new attack surface. So most of our clients do not have antivirus on the phones. They do not. The technologies that they use to access their work, whether it's SharePoint, OneDrive, email, those solutions are secure. And those, at least currently today, you don't need antivirus. But a link itself, it's a call to action. A link is taking you somewhere to have you enter credentials. Most of the time, they want you to log into a fake page. So you shouldn't use your mobile phone as a sandbox, to determine, hey, should I do this on my computer? If you have any question at all, you shouldn't be doing it. So that'd be my recommendation. It's not worth the risk.
Makes sense. Well, Joel, I really appreciate all this information. It really does make me take a good look into what we're doing and how to protect not just ourselves, but the donors that we serve. But I just want to say thank you so much. I am
Yeah,
so
you.
glad that you were, I guess, the bad kid who should have been
Right.
grounded, maybe was grounded, but found
Exactly.
ways to break into these systems, because
Right.
now we all are able to learn from all the wonderful things that you learned being, I guess, the trouble kid.
Good does sometimes come from bad. Yes.
I agree. So thank you so much for your time.
Yeah.
Everyone, we are going to go into a break. So thank you so much to Joel, and thank you so much to Walsh College for sponsoring this session. We will see you guys back at, let's see, coming up in about 5 minutes. So we'll see you soon. Thanks so much.
Good morning, everyone. I am Sheila Denstead, Vice President of the Troy Chamber of Commerce, and so excited to be here this morning. I'm also super excited to introduce to you the next session sponsor, which is HAP. Bridget Hollingsworth, Director of Community Outreach and Strategic Partnerships, will be introducing our next presenter for grant-seeking tips and tricks. Bridget, welcome.
Thank you, Sheila. Thanks so much. I'm going to share my screen quickly and just go through a couple of slides here with you. So my role at HAP is as Director of Community Outreach and Strategic Partnerships. I oversee our sponsorships, corporate volunteer opportunities, and overall adherence to goals around social determinants of health. So I'll talk about that just a little bit as well, as far as some of the ways that nonprofits can work better with HAP. So we want you to see us as a partner for you. One of the ways that we partner with a lot of nonprofits is by providing health insurance coverage. So I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you all to consider HAP as a health insurance partner for you. We do have plans for groups anywhere from 2 people to 2,000. So do consider that, and we've been doing that for more than 60 years in Michigan. We also have been recognized for quality. Currently, 92% of our members are satisfied with their coverage at HAP, and 4 out of 5 people have had a positive experience with our customer service team. Recently, we've been recognized by J.D. Power as having the highest member satisfaction among all commercial health plans in Michigan. So certainly an option that you'll want to consider when looking at options for health coverage for your employees. A few ways that you can get more info: visit hap.org/business. You can contact your independent agent, or if you have a benefit administrator, they can assist you with getting a quote from HAP. You can call our HAP sales team directly by calling 844-DIAL-HAP, and they can give you a no obligation quote, or you can reach out directly to Yolanda Riley at yriley@hap.org, and Yolanda can help you. When I talk about what HAP does in the community, we do support agencies. I see a couple of familiar names here. We work with agencies, projects, and programs that address social determinants of health. That's a very big issue for us right now. Social determinants are the things about where people live, where they learn, work, play, worship, and so forth, that are impacting their life and their ability to have a healthy life. So when we vet our grant and our sponsorship requests, some of the things that kind of bother me actually is when people say, this is our biggest fundraiser. That's great, but what are you doing for the community? How are you helping people? What impact are you making? And when it comes to HAP as a sponsor or a participant in your program, how are we going to benefit? How can you help us directly benefit our members? So some of the things I like to see agencies think about when they make a request. You'll be receiving a document with more information, but a place to start if you'd like to have HAP consider for a donation or a sponsorship is hap.org/donations. That's a good place to start. So my goal here today is to introduce our session speaker, and Cameron D. Hosner, who is a licensed medical social worker and an MBA, is Easter Seals Michigan's Director of Business Development and Strategic Initiatives. He's responsible for leading assigned key business and organizational development initiatives for Easter Seals. And he joined Easter Seals after 30 years of proven executive management leadership in nonprofit and for-profit health and human services sectors. Throughout his career, he's engaged in both governmental and private grant-seeking activities, and Cam is a recipient of Koopman Social Science, U.S. Public Health Service, and Harvard Business Club of Detroit Nonprofit Executive Award scholarships, as well as a graduate of Leadership Detroit Class 21. I'm sure he'll tell you it's the best class ever. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our speaker, Cameron Hosner.
Thank you so much, Bridget, for that warm introduction. And I know time is of the essence, and I have a variety of slides. I'm going to try to walk everyone through how to best seek out grants from my experience and from references that I've pulled from the best practices in the industry. And I'm going to skip through a lot of the slides because they're there for reference purposes and try to focus on the most essential ones. So I'll start sharing my screen. Hope everybody can see that. Correct? And I will proceed. So I'm going to skip through the preliminary slides. You did a wonderful job, Bridget, of introducing me. And I'm going to focus largely now on the heart of the presentation and jump right into what is called the strategic or proactive grant seeking approach. So with this model, you should, I hope everyone's seeing my screen because it's not showing me that you are.
Yes, we can see you.
Oh, good. So, and you're seeing the PowerPoint right now, correct?
That we see your whole screen. So if you want to put it on slide view, that might be a little easier,
Perfect.
but yes.
Thank you for your help. I'm used to a Teams agenda, so thank you for your support with that.
That looks perfect. And just so you do know, you have no rush. You have until 11:25, so take your time.
Very good. So I'm going to jump right into, again, the heart of the presentation around strategic and proactive grant seeking. Most oftentimes organizations in my history have saw grant seeking as an opportunity that emerges, meaning that they'll be scanning the environment. They might see it pop up in news from foundations or in things like Crane's nonprofit, and they'll say, wow, that's a great opportunity for our organization to pursue. The question always is it going to derail you from your strategic initiatives in your organization, or is it going to complement and supplement them? So I really encourage everyone to not start out by seeing what's out there for grants, but to start out with seeing what do we need for grants to fulfill our mission and to be an integral part of our development efforts in terms of underpinning and funding new initiatives. So it really comes from your vision and your strategic plan. It should be synced to your research and development. Grants can be a great way to cover startup costs. It can be used to take programs to scale. And in a sense, it's like investment capital. It could be looked at and from that vantage point. But it's critical that you take that strategic approach and start from what is it that you really need. So how do you do that? Well, what is your highest impact programs? What are the, that are aligned with, again, the funders' focuses and the emerging opportunities in the communities? Oftentimes there's what I call themes that are going on. One of the high themes now is health disparity. And Bridget talked about social determinants of health, integrated care, those kinds of things. But again, aligned with your mission, what is the compelling needs that are emerging in the community? And what are the issues that you think align well with what you want to, your theory of change, how you want to make impact in the community? And it should tie into your transformational future vision so that you can seize those congruent opportunities. And I gave some examples of that, like moving from site-based to home-based services. Many of us I know have probably been involved in the grants that have emerged during the COVID crisis through United Way, through government entities. And those were really helped many of us pivot from site-based to telehealth services. So here I speak to the fact that, you really should have a master program strategy. And how do you develop that? And I have some examples of models. This is one model. You could use any number of these models. And I'm not going to go through this in depth again because you can read this. And I want to get more into the essential 5 R's of effective grant making and grant seeking. But here I want to identify that this is kind of a mission margin matrix approach. So you'd be looking at, well, what is it that really is the clear winners that you want to invest in? So you'd go to the top of your upper quadrant here, the upper right quadrant, and you'd say, wow, this is an innovative program for the future, and it has growing payer and funder support. Because if you're going to approach a foundation, one of the first things you're going to know is, what was my investment going to be sustained? I don't want to just fund something and then have it dissipate. I want something that is going to build something for the future. And often I want it to be transformational. Then, in order to start canvassing, once you have that picture, that clear view of the future for your programming, then you want to look at it in terms of, well, how do I scan the environment? How do I keep ever foremost in front? Because most foundations and grant makers have a life cycle each year. An annual release of when grants will be accepted, and also when they will speak to or meet with people around those grant opportunities. And so you want to have a tracking sheet so that you can map that out ahead of time. You really should be planning grant seeking and writing grants anywhere from 6 months to a year ahead of their deadlines. That way, again, you're proactively approaching these matters, not just reactively trying to hurry up and see what you can do to satisfy a particular grant opportunity. But how do you find out? Where do you see these resources? How do you scan the environment to get them in front of you? Free resources are often the best, actually, because they come from a relationship that you have, or from individuals that you have a relationship with who can introduce you to. And those are typically, again, current or past funder partnerships, where you have existing credibility and relationships, where you might prescribe to a foundation's website or newsletters or updates, and see who's funding other organizations like yours. Many nonprofits publish a list of their current funders on their websites or in their annual reports. Get a picture of what funders are funding where your spot is in the philanthropic arena, so that you are, again, with your peers, looking at how your project could be funded. There are major fee-based and fee grant-making resources are out there, and I've listed some of these, and they're often, I've even put in, their costs, which, depending upon the size of your organization, may not be a hurdle at all, and be readily able to avail yourself with them. The Foundation Center's Foundation Directory Online is highly lauded, along with GrantStation. Again, get in there and test these and see which ones work best for you and your organization. I want to move now kind of into the 5 R's of effective grant seeking. Research, we touch base on generally scanning for what grant opportunities are out there, but we really need to be researching the specific grant maker and their grant guidelines. So relationships, how do you build them? Readiness, are you really in a good spot to go after the grant? And then writing, submission, and reporting. In research, I'm not going to spend much time on government grants, but those are particularly unique opportunities. And I would encourage you, before you delve into that, to really have someone who has expertise. They have very sophisticated rubrics. They often require, like with SAM, to be fully registered and with advanced certifications. And they have rating systems tied into your organizational capacity and or the value of the grant that you've written. And in order to qualify for those, it may be quite challenging. So government grants are attractive, but they also have those demands much higher than if you go into foundations and corporate funds, which are typically, I think, better, more user-friendly in most cases. There, you want to find out, well, who's on their board? Who on your board or who in your circle of supporters knows someone? You have to be a little careful here. Foundations do not like to be solicited indirectly. They don't want to feel that some member of your board has talked to some member of their board and that you are in some way trying to leverage those relationships to get a grant. At the same time, they're very much open to cross pollination of ideas and fertilization of thoughts, so that having people who can introduce you to the key people there is fully acceptable. And then you want to get into what are the application guidelines, the eligibility criteria, and the processes and deadlines. And always, if there's a pre-grant offered or a touch base with an officer, you're going to want to do that. In fact, in many instances, in my examples with getting grants, David Campbell is gone now, sadly, but when he was at the McGregor Fund and he was a Leadership Detroit classmate of mine, we'd often meet for lunch. And I would never use that moment because that was more of two Leadership Detroit fellows getting together and dialoguing. But he would typically at some point say, well, what's your ideas, Cam? And this was when I was at Vista Maria running that organization. And I'd pull out of my shirt pocket or out of my vest a little concept paper that I had jotted down and say, well, here's my thoughts. And he would say, well, that doesn't quite resonate with us, or that's spot on. And I think that's what you're trying to do when you have these meetings with these officers. And they may actually ask for eventually letters of support. And that could strengthen your application. But to start with, just get the general feel for the guidelines. Then you want to look at, and by the way, they all have their focus areas and their priority areas listed on their websites. You do not want to reach out to a foundation uneducated and not know what their focus is. I.e., if you were to go to Skillman Foundation and ask for a food bank grant and you were looking at Oakland County, they'd say, well, you know, if you looked at our website, you'd see that our focus is on the city of Detroit, educating children and youth development. And so you really want to pay attention to those things. In terms of doing your homework and contacting them, unless no pre-contact is required, again, get out ahead of it and listen. Be very careful to listen for and clarify what their top priorities and interest areas are. They list them on their website, and you're also going to try to get a sense of what is the scale of a grant that they might entertain with you, and are you really a good candidate as an organization with that particular foundation, and that becomes, again, pretty readily evident as you're going through and meeting with them and dialoguing with them. So then readiness. You've done your research. They say they probably even invited you, hopefully, to submit a grant. They've given you an idea of the size. They've given you an idea of the focus area. You might have even started to think about, well, let's write a letter of intent. Before you do that, really step back and ask yourself, do we have a compelling project with high return on impact to the community? Are we meeting what might be called a FIG, filling an important gap? Are we addressing that pressing problem as no one else can? Because the answer you're going to have to really address is why you? In my case, why Easter Seals? Why would we be the best organization or one of the best organizations to help partner with them to further their mission and what they're trying to achieve in terms of impact in the community? Pardon me. And if you have a lot of other competing organizational priorities or initiatives going, and it's going to be difficult for you truly to address this, you really got to have the internal capacity and look at that in terms of, you know, what's going on with finance, HR, IT, and these other people that you're going to have to draw into this to really complete the grant. This is not something you should do lightly. It takes a considerable amount of energy and effort. Then the first thing I always encourage people to do is go in, register, and download their application. Now, one of the tips I'll give you is that oftentimes they have a progressive application form, meaning as you start to fill it out, they might at first insist that you complete all the organizational information. You want to get that out of the way quickly. And that can include all kinds of different documents, then such as your 990, your most recent audited financials, your board list, a diversity profile, all kinds of different things. Then you can get into the heart of, once you do that, you can slide into the heart of the actual application content. And there you again might find a progressive cadence so that you can't really go beyond putting in the project's objective and primary purpose to get to the budget or get to the actual program elements you're going to have to address without first completing step one. To get around that, what I often do is I'll just go ahead and fill in, even with X's sometimes, areas so that I can pull down an entire application. Other times they're pretty friendly. We've all pretty much gone to automated systems. You're going to really have to spend time and learn those automated systems, such as SurveyMonkey with United Way and United, and then for Community Foundation, they have the Flux grant system, and there's others. Writing and submitting your grant application. These are universal principles. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. Most of you, I've kind of addressed some of that. Clarity is I think, one of the most important pieces. Less is more here. Try to get rid of any internal jargon too. We're all professionals. We all are in a particular sector. So if I put in information on evidence-based models, I have to be careful that in doing something on cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, that I don't start out with CBT and its benefits of CBT, and I haven't really, my audience doesn't really have a background in that. Now, many foundations are very sophisticated, so I'm not trying to undermine that, but I think it's important to stay very basic, have clarity, and be concise, and again, have a compelling need that you state. I talked a bit about the organizational overview and qualifying documents. That's usually, again, the first step, so I'm not going to spend much on that. The grant purpose and impact statement. Here is the heart of what you're going to really need to lay out. Always start out with that overall value proposition. What is it that you're going to change and at what level, so that they can really see that the investment they're going to make is going to pay out. We had, I'll give you an example. We applied and were successful with the Detroit Automobile Dealers Association grant a few years back. And what we were looking to do is duplicate our Miracle Week program, which is a special adaptive organized sports program. There are very few, if any, others. And we had tremendous community support. We were moving it out into the North Oakland area, new field being built with support from all kinds of different businesses and government organizations. And so it was very easy for them to say, wow, we can see the difference this is going to make, the access it's going to provide. And we talked about how the impact of having that program in terms of changing the lives of the children. By way of example, one of the statistics we revealed was that from the University of Houston, for every, and up to 10 years, for every year that a individual with disabilities is involved in an organized sport, they increase their employability by 4%. So that's 40%. Employability and underemployability is unemployment and underemployability is a terrible, terrible situation for individuals with disabilities, and one of the major barriers that they face in being able to contribute to their community. So then the objectives. That further defines the value proposition and a set of specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-specific approaches. In our case, at the highest level, we were going to enlist 400 participants in our Miracle League baseball program. We were then going to involve at least 2 to 3 parents, so that was going to impact another 800 to 1,200. We had volunteers and corporate sponsors because they actually are buddies for the players, and that was going to be anywhere in the vicinity of another 100 to 200. So we laid that all out in terms of our objectives, and the outcomes were also laid in there in terms of enhancing their sociability, enhancing their academic performance, and we were going to use measures to determine that. So you weigh those objectives out in that format. The program description elaborates the key program elements. It tells the story. How are we going to do that? You know, what are the phases and stages? They call it the 4WF: who, what, where, when, and how, that you're going to deliver on this project. And it's used to create and inform the budget detail. And the elements should correspond to the grant requirements and award periods. Be sure that you can accomplish what you want in the frame that they have for funding. And then developing a grant budget. It basically quantifies the financial funding needed to achieve the program budget. These are often step-by-step. I probably don't need to go through this in much depth with the audience here today, who I'm sure have had a lot of work on this. But in that, it has to be finite. I mean, it really needs to tie into the specific implementation activities that you outline for your project. So in our case, using the Detroit Automobile Dealers Association and the Miracle League North project example, we had fees for staffing, obviously, to support the program, support resources for volunteers, support equipment and baseball equipment for players, all kinds of things that would tie into that in terms of awards and recognition, certificates, and things that we were going to, trophies and things we're going to use. And this all align. And then we had our evaluation costs in it because we were going to evaluate the project, which we did using survey tools to determine the impact. And so all those things were built in. And they have, again, a format typically that fill in the blanks typically that you follow. The hardest part is, and many times, is building the evaluation component. And to do that, I encourage everyone to think about 3 steps of levels of evaluation. There's process. It's more in terms of the elements of measuring the output of the objectives and the individuals served. And usually you're going to do this from your logic model. The outcome elements, how are you transforming people through this? And my example, how are we helping them become more sociable? How are we improving their physical agility? How are we helping them in terms of academic performance? And then cost benefit. That's the hardest one. If you can get to that, you're really doing well. We didn't really have a cost benefit analysis in ours to demonstrate kind of the triple aim in terms of increasing their experience, being more efficient, and then targeted transformation. But when you can, that's always wonderful. Then I like using a logic model to underpin this entire effort. And you can get this, I put the website in from the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. A lot of foundations will really value this when they see it in your proposal. They'll know that you took the time to really thoughtfully prepare and put this all together. And when you start with that, you're always looking again at that targeted population. And then usually you're going to find an evidence-based model or best practice, and you're going to look at what the outcome is that you're going to achieve with that. And then you're going to select your indicators of success and establish your processes and program tools to get there. These are kind of the key terms that go along with that, so you can understand how to build your logic model. And this is, again, kind of an example, but typically would fall under it. And then in terms of doing this, there's no right or wrong other than follow the format. And I would really encourage everyone to go to that link. There is about I think it's a 40 or 50 page document on how to create logic models and develop logic models. Then there's the grant reporting and monitoring period. And this is where you really have to have the committee that I suggest you assemble with cross-functional, with IT, finance, whoever you need, and your program people. You need to really constantly be tracking and monitoring that you're staying on path. You don't want at the end of the project year for the grant, have to go back and say, we missed the mark. You really want to be able to say we stayed on target, on track. I mean, there's other vagaries that happen, and foundations are very good about understanding. Like we had the COVID crisis hit us in the middle of our grant for the Miracle League, and we had to adapt. How many participants obviously were shut down for a while. So that, they're open to those kinds of changes, but it's important to stay on target, on task when you can to the fidelity of what you wrote you were going to achieve. And commonly you're going to report your expectations for the grant. Public acknowledgement is central. Remember, you're building a relationship with the foundation. Pardon me. So you don't want to just report to the program officer. You're really trying to build a sense of a partnership in the community, get as much public acknowledgement. We had, a opening day for the Miracle League North program, media coverage. We highlighted in our support by data. We, and we made sure that we taped that, and we had that sent to the foundation, Community Foundation Southeast Mission holds the funds for data. And we made a point of in all our media presentations and to highlight how important and central their support was in our effort. And then you have to do that in concert with the funder, though. Some funders are very picky about what they do and don't want you to do in terms of recognition. Sometimes that's even set forth in the grant application, and you have to use that, whatever you, again, indicated you would provide, be sure that you meet that test, and that acknowledgement, public and otherwise, in your annual report and other ad events and your sponsorship list is performed. With that, it's like I'm ending early, so I will take on any questions anybody has. I did add some references at the end for the group, and hopefully this was beneficial.
So Cameron, one question we asked is, obviously you've submitted a lot of information in the slides. Are you okay with sharing your slides and we can share that out to everybody?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Perfect. Another question I have here is, do you see a larger influx, or do you recommend doing more collaborative grant applications over one specific for your organization? And if so, can you talk through that?
There is an emerging emphasis by foundations to develop and collaborative grants. They like to think of it as that they're teaming up to address a particular focus area. One organization that is really taking this on is the Michigan Health and Endowment Fund. And they actually have a collaborative grant where they look to see that you can partner with organizations to promote health and well-being. So yes, I do see that is very important. And in the most recent larger grant we did for under the COVID crisis with the Oakland Together, we partnered with another nonprofit in the community, Oakland Family Services, and we submitted our grant together. And so it adds value in terms of impact. You can show that you can impact more individuals. It shows that you have a broader community level of support, because of course both your boards and all your other organizational allies are all tied into that. You can list them in your grants. And I think funders like it because that way they don't see organizations competing to address areas, but instead collaborating and coordinating and integrating their efforts.
Makes sense. We have another question from Eric. We've noticed more funders are moving from just wanting outputs to outcomes. Sometimes looking at programs from an outcome rather than output view can be challenging. Are there any best practices in making this transformation?
Yeah, that's why I included the logic model approach, because that is a major tool to help you identify and segregate out the difference between activities, outputs from activities, units of service or elements of service that you're offering, and then the outcome. And outcomes are transformational differences in people and their lives, and in those you serve through the grant, or communities. If it's a community, if you're trying to change, say you're putting in a field, a new living space, such as the Ralph Wilson legacy funds that again are held by the Community Foundation. They're looking to improve, the community and sites in the community for recreation. And so I think you can partner with a university partner. You can get formal evaluators to help you with this, but if you don't want to do that, and sometimes that can be costly. Although it does add a lot of validity, because when you have outcomes tested by a university partner, it proves the credence, obviously, and the validity of what you're doing. But you can craft those same approaches internally yourself. Just remember that you're looking to see, well, how did you transform someone's life, family, or community when you're doing that? And examples of that would be, so if we provided so many baseball games, and we had so many people participate that were also from the community, we surveyed to find out that we improved the diversity, awareness, and acceptance of the participants for individuals with disability. Did they have a better knowledge and have a better awareness of the special issues and needs? And then for the baseball players, the actual individuals we serve, how did they improve in terms of their sociability, their performance in school, their engagement in community? And we use survey tools. I mean, a lot of people get hung up because they think that you have to have a double-blind study, a randomized controlled trial. So, I mean, those are all wonderful statistical approaches to program evaluation, but lesser hurdles can be used to still show and demonstrate you made a difference in the lives of the people you serve with grant.
Makes sense. Karen, so this one is a very interesting and fun question. I always love getting this one because I know there's no right answer on this one. Is there a great way to have a list or research all these different types of family foundations and community foundations? Is there some magical list out there, or what is the best way to start doing this?
Well, no. I mean, those are resources you could go to, you know, that I listed, you know, Grant Watch and all these others, and those are good. And they'll have family foundations listed, some of them, but not most. They'll have largely public foundations. But there's a community foundation in Southeast Michigan, and now they're very much in the Council of Michigan Foundations. And there's other groups that are what we call bundlers of family funds, meaning that they manage funds for families. So that would be one approach. The Michigan Council of Foundations is going to be pretty protective of their list. They're not, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that you can't reach out and talk to the family foundations through that. And again, a lot of it's word of mouth. Who do you know on your board? Who do you know in the community? Who are your colleagues who can speak to you about family foundations? So I'm sorry I don't have a good answer for that one. You're right, Tara. That's a tough one.
No, but it brings up a good point. I think a lot, this goes back to the collaboration conversation over competition. You know, a lot of people are working in the same realms. A lot of these funders are not just funding just you. So always keep in mind that a lot of these funders are looking to enhance their growth, team people up together, but it's okay to say, I got this grant from this. We're proud to be a recipient of this, because others are going to learn from that and grow as well. And I think that's super important for all of our nonprofit members to know.
Terry, you bring up a very good point, which is that oftentimes grant making is not applying for a grant. Grant making is developing a partnership relationship with a foundation and with the community or the group that you're serving. And when you can go to them and say, I'm here to really make an impact, then typically you can ask, hey, are there other foundations? Are there other family foundations or and now that's when they typically will say, and I've had that happen on a number of occasions, particularly when I worked with Elizabeth Stieg at the Carls Foundation. She would always say, Cam, you need to go over and talk to Jim Vella at the Ford Fund, or Cam, and she would mention another one. So, and that was always, I think, very important, because when you get introduced by one foundation to another foundation, and a lot of them don't accept what they call joint applications. You can't put in a joint app. Some do, but at the same time, you can apply simultaneously. And believe me, they have conversations. When I was the president of the Children's Hospital Foundation, and I was on the Michigan Council Foundation, I I remember those conversations vividly. We would always communicate about, hey, what are the projects that really seem to be attractive that are going on that we want to mutually fund, so that we don't have 1,000 points of white anymore. That used to be the old story. They're all going to focused impact now, and they want to, again, have those collaborations drive that.
Well, I think you and I both know, I've sat in that Michigan Council Foundation meetings myself. They are communicating with each other. They are talking about who are doing the great work. So it's okay to be proud of what you do and start also talking about the great work some of your other nonprofits are doing in the area. Sometimes it's just about getting in front of them and making sure they know who you are and the impact you're making. But just to finalize something that you mentioned earlier about getting some teamwork and stuff and getting the credibility of a university in your reporting outcomes. Guys, there's one thing I do want to make sure you know. A lot of the universities are taking a very strong initiative around nonprofits and making sure they know how to do these things. So while there are costly aspects to it as well, there are some MBA programs, there are some master's programs, there are some programs specifically designed to do this as an internship project. So
Yes.
Reach out to these universities because this can be done either inexpensively or even free. It just requires a little more time and effort on your end. So always keep in mind, there are ways to get these things done.
Exactly, Tara, particularly if you're tapping into what I found is that you have to pay more if it's not something that the university already has a principal investigator who is extremely excited about that spot and working on the project anyway, and feels that this would enhance their work and advance it through your support. So you're right. That's when you can hit the sweet spot, when you find an instructor who will adopt you, a principal investigator.
I'm a huge fan of free labor, so yes,
Yeah.
as are all nonprofits. Well,
Yeah.
Cameron, thank you so much. Obviously, it's been wonderful to get to know a little bit more about the 101s on grant writing itself. I think this is the first step. So I'm very grateful to you. Thank you. And thank you to HAP for sponsoring this session. Guys, we will be back in 5 minutes to get our next session started. But also, I know you enjoyed learning a little bit more about grants. Keep in mind, we have an entire session, which is our last session of the day, around how to do and report these and establish these outcomes. So we're not done with the grant conversation, but thank you so much, Cameron. And guys, we will see you in 5 minutes.
I know.
All right, everyone, we are going to get started. I also realized I have been giving great advice about having a cup of coffee, but I am on coffee cup number 4. That is not good. So if I start talking a little fast, I do apologize. But I am quite positive as for our next session, we've all been dealing with a little bit of confusion around HR, around compliance, around remote work. So you have half your team working remotely. Can you connect with that volunteer in person? What are the rules? Are we staying within compliance? So we have some great speakers that we have coming up next from ASE, which is the American Society of Employers. So it is my honor to do the introduction. Today we are joined by 2 subject leaders, Kevin Mars and Michael Burns, both from the American Society of Employers, who will educate us on HR compliance and trends moving forward, which I'm sure we all need. Michael Burns is the Executive Vice President and has over 35 years at ASE providing guidance on an employment and labor law, HR policy and practices, and consulting on employee handbook development and FLSA classification analysis. He is a licensed attorney and received his JD from Detroit College of Law, now MSU Law School, and a BS from WMU. Mike will provide an update on changing HR law and regulations that is coming down in the near term for employers. And now on to Kevin. Kevin Mars is an ASE Vice President and oversees its Compensation and Benefits Survey Department, as well as Compensation Development Services. Kevin has worked at ASE for over 20 years, and in addition to data collection and publication, teaches several ASE classes on compensation management. Kevin has an MS in experimental psychology from CMU and a BA in psychology from U of D Mercy. Kevin will be presenting on current human resource trends. Michael and Kevin, welcome and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Share my screen out here. And is that coming up all right on everyone's end?
We see it great. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, to get started with good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to get in front of you. Mike and I have a bit of a twofold presentation plan for our session this afternoon. A lot of what's going on is really attacking employers in a couple of different fronts. There's a lot of labor dynamics going on right now that I'm sure many of you are experiencing in your own organizations relative to the labor market. So I'm going to be spending a bit of time talking about some of those trends that we're experiencing and what we might continue to experience in the near and Mike will then talk about some of the very important compliance related issues that our members are experiencing and what we anticipate other employers will experience, whether you're a nonprofit or not. I think we're all in very challenging times. And I think from our experience, or at least what we've experienced in the last 12 to 8 months, nonprofits have been particularly hit hard in some key ways. And maybe we can touch on some of those as we progress through the presentation. As always, I think Mike and I plan to take questions at the conclusion of the presentation, just in interest of time. We want to make sure we get to all of our content and kind of proceed from there. So without further ado, going to talk a little bit about what we've experienced in the last 18 months. Obviously, many of us, or most of us, know some of the more obvious challenges. Since the pandemic started, we had a sharp increase in job losses. Obviously, that was followed by a huge push of stimulus. I think the evolution of the pandemic has its unfortunate waves and fits and starts in terms of getting back to the workforce or workplace, and that has for some organizations been more challenging for some others. So it's really pushed employers into this new era of remote work. For those of you who are not back into the office, or who were back in the office and then were subsequently told to go back home. I know there's many organizations that are in that boat. We're still dealing with a sort of
disconnected workplace. We're also faced with, and what was occurring even before the pandemic, a rise in retirements, and that has challenged the workforce as well. And then most recently, I think we're dealing with a lot of chip shortages that has impacted organizations throughout the Metro Detroit area, certainly the automotive sector. And we've also been stressed with labor shortages, just a lack of supply of labor. So just to give you a sense of where we've been, I went to my primary care physician the other day, and I saw a similar chart when they did their EKG on me. And so this is a review of the unemployment rate. You can see the huge spike in unemployment right at the start of the pandemic, and we quickly rebounded down now to 4.6% unemployment for the state of Michigan. I think recent numbers have come out, and that number I think may be 10% different either way. But again, we're near at full employment, and I think that the concern or question is in terms of how we look at that unemployment number. And the next slide will kind of tell what has been challenging, I think, a majority of employers, including nonprofits. And there is this question here about labor participation rates. And for those of you who are not familiar with that or don't understand that concept, again, there's a certain pool of available talent. And you can see here from this slide at the start of the pandemic, we lost a lot of that labor participation rate due to that pandemic, and it has yet to come back to numbers where we would certainly like them to be. And there's some fundamental reasons why that has been the place or has taken place. Again, but we're losing many millions of employees that might be otherwise engaged in the workforce. There is obviously some argument that the end of the stimulus will drive people back into the office. But again, there is still the issue that we have, and we'll talk a little bit additionally as we go through the presentation, about the concept of a skill mismatch, where we have jobs where we don't necessarily have the pool of qualified applicants for the jobs that we're offering. And then there is still obviously the risk of infection for some with COVID still out there. Certainly in Michigan, with the numbers where we're at right now, there is still that specter of, if I come back to the workforce, am I putting myself, or in the instances where, folks have kids at home that are in school, we have still a childcare issue that has been made more difficult, I think, by, some of the labor issues that are occurring. So we're still seeing a huge gap in this labor participation rate, which is really compounding that unemployment issue. When we look at unemployment, it really is looking at only those folks that are actively seeking employment. And really, and there's different ways you can measure unemployment. The unemployment rate might be a bit higher if we, looked at different measures. And I think until we can rebound in terms of the labor supply and correct some of these issues that we have, we're going to be experiencing some of this labor demand pretty precipitously. And I think when we look at labor or rates trends, I think that is what is causing the issue. I think this slide from the Federal Reserve of San Francisco really tells a very kind of critical story that has occurred since the pandemic. And really, mothers have really been hit hard. Women in general, in terms of the pandemic, those that have childcare responsibilities have yet to come back into the workforce. And so to this, according to, again, to their estimates, approximately 700,000 additional prime age women would have returned to the workforce had it not been for some of the childcare related issues that were experienced as a result of the pandemic. I'm not to say that there isn't other issues that are affecting the labor supply, certainly, but that is a significant one that we're challenged with. And certainly for some industries that are dominated by women in certain categories, you can see that sort of compounds the issue. So the labor supply, as we see it and measure it, in some of our surveys. There's two different data areas here that we're looking at. The one on the right of your slide, the national quit rates, or left side of my slide, the quit rates is a national number from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They have an excellent report, job opportunities and losses report, their JOLTS report. We're showing national quit rates nearing 3%, which is certainly higher than we've seen it in many years, probably the last 10 years. The quit rates traditionally are sort of a canary in the coal mine of the employees' confidence of finding jobs elsewhere. And so as that quit rates accelerates, that does give some concern for employers in terms of the market or the availability of jobs out there for folks with skills. The ability to move from organization to organization is certainly rising. So we're near at 3% of the national quit rates. We at ASE conduct on a biannual basis, twice a year, our employee turnover survey that looks at voluntary turnover for the area employers here. We measured this on a 6-month basis, so starting from January to June of this year, and we're seeing voluntary turnover rates as high on an overall basis for all organizations, as high as 7.3%. When we look at smaller organizations, and we'll talk a little bit behind some of the fundamental reasons for turnover, smaller organizations tend to be a little bit hit a little bit harder in terms of turnover than some of the larger counterparts that we're surveying. So we're seeing turnover rates as high as 11.5% for some of those small employers. Again, this is data collected on a 6-month basis. So separations over 6 months divided by the total headcount or the average headcount for that 6-month period. So again, quit rates is certainly something we need to keep an eye on. When we ask, what the reasons for turnover, and I think money is by far and away, the biggest driver, at least from what our employers tell us. People both hourly, this slide looks at hourly employees as well as salaried exempt employees. Money, wages, higher wages is certainly a strong driver of turnover. So particularly for the hourly population, 62% of organizations said it's money. And obviously, if you drive down the road, you can see a lot of signs where it's, they're advertising rates, for dollars that, so somebody can literally go down the street for $1 or more an hour. But I don't think that tells the full story. Again, we look at some of the data for some of the other areas, the personal problems for the hourly group. Again, hard to tell exactly what is going on there, but presumably the family obligations and health issues might be another driver of that issue. Certainly stronger in the hourly population. And again, if we think back to the slide previously on the issue that is mostly affecting women, again, those family obligations, for some folks, they may make the calculation that it's just too costly for them to be at work, given all the other considerations that are going on. Somewhat differently on the salaried exempt side, we're still seeing, again, this push for advancement and promotional opportunities. So again, as we try to think of ways to stem the tide of voluntary turnover, are we asking the right questions internally about, are we having or showing our employees a career progression, and how can we make sure we're communicating what the plan or the path is for those employees. Nearly 40% of employers said turnover was driven by lack of advancement or promotional opportunities. Again, the majority of the members that participate in this survey are small to medium-sized organizations. That can be a challenge for small organizations, but certainly something that we need to consider. Again, the retirement I mentioned earlier, this is continuing to be a bigger issue and probably was accelerated by the pandemic. Again, folks choosing to retire early instead of going back to the workforce. And so we said we saw 34% of employers indicating retirement as a primary driver of the turnover. Lost my place here, I think. The other data point, again, this is data from the Federal Reserve government organization. What's interesting about this survey is it's called the wage tracker. Again, wage movement can be measured in a number of different ways. ASE does a number of wage surveys where we track survey data on an annual basis. This survey measures individuals over time. And what this slide is really saying here is they're tracking two different types of employees, folks that stay with their job and folks that switch jobs, again, going from company A to company B. So the data is strongly suggesting, the opportunity to the grass is often greener on the other side. Salary rate increases for folks that have left their job as high as 5.4%, and still trending below 4% for folks that have stayed with their employment. Certainly, the number of job switchers are fewer than the job stayers, so the overall impact is going to be trending more towards that job stayer group. But again, I think if there's ever a time to market price your jobs and make sure you're paying competitively with the marketplace, making sure that your rates are commensurate, now would be that time. Again, the overall increase, again, over a 12-month average nationally, we're at about 3.6%. What's interesting about some of these data is that's a bit higher than what we've seen in some of our recent budget surveys, which are tracking what companies are budgeting as a percent of their overall payroll. Typically, those numbers are still coming in around 3 to 3.3%, depending on what survey source you look at. But again, the growth of the wages is certainly something that we're keeping a close eye on, largely because of some of the development with the recent news regarding the inflation. So right now, and just yesterday, there was a report that inflation increased on an annual basis at 6.2%. This data was a little bit older than that. It was, but still high at, I think, over 5%. So if this continues, the concern is what is that going to do for wages? So we're if you're a gambling person, you take numbers on whether or not once we get through the pandemic or stabilize some of our supply chain issues, will the inflation or will this inflation be a temporary blip on our overall trends, or is this something that's going to be more a longer term issue? If it's a longer term issue, that is going to have a significant impact on wages. If you think of the buying power of your average 3% increase that organizations have been doling out for many years. But certainly these inflation numbers are concerning from the standpoint of what that might do to wages. This is a bit of a busy chart, but, and again, another data from the Federal Reserve, really what we need to see happen is higher labor participation. We need to take, obviously, some of those marginally attached workers and provide them a means to re-enter the workforce and improve that job finding rate. Some of that obviously will improve over time. But again, I think that is going to be holding us back relative to this growth in the labor participation rate. Again, organizations are hiring, so there are definite hiring going on. We've all seen that. But again, I think where we're seeing the gap right now is largely driven on a question of the skill gap. But certainly, I think we need to try to correct some of this labor participation rate in order to get back to some level of normality. So what we anticipate in terms of wages is really that that pressure upward. I think what this is ultimately creating, and certainly creating for a number of our nonprofit members, is the salary compression issue. Certainly at that lower $1 an hour rate. If we think the new floor is $15 an hour, and we're trying to set that as our floor, what does that mean for other individuals in higher grades or other positions that might be now compressed by some of that increase. And what do we need to do about that? Again, now is an excellent time to sort of right size your salary structure and really analyze and maybe put some some guideposts in terms of wages and try to manage that over time. We're still anticipating this work from home and work from anywhere is going to persist. I think that's the new normal. What that does to wages or benefit trends is really sort of that verdict is still to some extent out a little bit in terms of, I don't know if we've hit necessarily an equilibrium. We're also watching this, obviously the Great Resignation and what is going to occur with turnover rates. Is it going to continue to accelerate, or again, is there going to be some move towards normalization of rates relative to turnover? But certainly, I think in the near term, we would expect to see turnover rates continue to accelerate. In terms of what companies are doing to recruit talent, I think for the most part, what we've seen, organizations are using or expanding their marketing and use of third parties to recruit for talent. And one of the best sources of recruitment we found when we survey our members in terms of the effectiveness are employee referral programs. If you don't already have an employee referral program, that would be something to consider. Those seem to be certainly effective. Again, I think organizations are also looking at doing more with less. So that is looking at current incumbents and working on cross-training or upskilling folks to do a broader swath of work that might have taken more than one person to do in the past. We're all looking at improving our hiring process, making sure that we're very flexible and fast when we're trying to recruit talent. Oftentimes in this market, if we sit too long on applicants, they can go to another employer. So improving that hiring process. Obviously, as I mentioned already, now is a great time to look at your base salaries and make sure they're commensurate with the marketplace. I wouldn't think that in all cases it's necessary to raise every rate. So I think now is a great time to do it with some intentionality about how we're looking at salaries. And I think organizations or individuals are going to continue to look for and expect more flexible work options. Again, that's and I think organizations that we've surveyed, nearly 40% of those are looking to expand those offering or making them more permanent options for their employee population. So that is a brief recap on the wage trends. I'll turn it over to Mike now to talk a little bit more about the compliance trends. Mike?
Thank you, Kevin. You're going to stay there and produce my presentation for me there? Thank you. Okay. I don't want to suggest what we're going through is the entire spectrum and depth of HR compliance issues. What we've done is, of course, focus on two areas. One area we're so tired of dealing with is COVID, and keeping our workplaces, being productive while at the same time being safe and complying with the law. So we're going to look at what's going on immediately with compliance, particularly in the areas of OSHA and in the state of Michigan, MyOSHA, who will have to adopt what OSHA has issued in recent times. We're also going to look at another area during this presentation that all of you should be keeping track of as it transitions, as it changes. And these are changes that will be coming out of the National Labor Relations Board and will impact your employee handbooks. When I first started at ASE, the handbook, we got a few questions and we did updates and reviews of handbooks, but it was over, but changes did not occur that frequently with handbooks. Today, you can bet on compliance issues impacting your handbook much more frequently, typically out of the courts, but more recently out of the National Labor Relations Board. But let's first talk about COVID. When President Biden upped his game on compliance and the impact of wanting to overcome COVID, he focused on the workplace and said, hey, we're all going to encourage vaccination in every way we can. His first move, which he was allowed to do because of the law, is he issued a mandate on federal contractors and subcontractors, and he can do this under an executive order. So if you perchance are a government contractor or more possibly a subcontractor, your customer may be a contractor and you're helping them out on that particular project or whatever, you're going to be covered under this executive order 14042. What's more likely, and this is something leading up to what I'm going to talk about next, you've been required, and this will apply to small employers now, even going forward after the issuance last week of the OSHA's ETS, that we're going to all be following the MIOSHA rules around masking, social distancing. We all have record keeping requirements, the Form 300 if COVID arises or hits our workplace. And we're all paying attention to the Centers for Disease Control guidance, which both OSHA and MIOSHA are referencing for best practices in the areas of safety and health and around COVID. So up till now and continuing, we've had, and we want to keep an eye on OSHA, MIOSHA, and we also are now under more direct mandate around vaccination or choosing to go the testing route and masking employees in the workplace. What am I talking about? Next, Kevin. The emergency temporary standards were issued last week. This hit private employers primarily. It was released last Thursday, was published in the Federal Register on Friday, 11/5. Why is that important? Well, it has some time periods where employers will have to be in compliance by. The first one is if you are an employer over 100, and I'm going to kind of keep hitting on that because we got a bunch of smaller employers listening in, under 100 employment. You do not have to do this. You can do it if you choose to do it, but this ETS applies to employers over 100. How do we get to 100? Well, if you touch 100 employees for any reason or are there now and fall back over the course of the 6-month ETS period, the current one, you are covered by this mandated vaccination or mandated testing and masking policy standard that you're going to implement. You have to have this policy in effect. And I'm going to touch base on what that requires you to do as employers over 100. You have to determine the vaccination status of every employee. It's going to involve you creating a log as to not only the whether employee is vaccinated, but also keeping copies of vaccination documentation behind that. As I said, keep saying, you're going to have a vaccination policy. This is a written or formal policy. You're going to be required as an employer over 100 and covered by this to allow your employees to take time off for vaccination. This might be 2 times or 1 time. And you have to pay them for that time off to travel to the vaccination site if it's normal during the normal workday, again, during the normal workday, and to take care of their vaccination. It's up to 4 hours. You're going to need protocols surrounding employees with COVID. In other words, you have to have a plan to remove individuals who are diagnosed or catch COVID, to remove them from the workplace. And you're going to have OSHA reporting requirements if somebody is hospitalized or, God forbid, somebody passes away due to COVID. You have to report hospitalizations within 48 hours, and then, I'm sorry, 24 hours. And you have to report, as you would with any fatality in the workplace, within 8 hours there. And when I say OSHA, I'm talking federally. In Michigan, as I've been mentioning, we have our own OSHA plan, Michigan Occupational Safety and Health Administration Plan, which has pretty much duplicative rules, but in some cases, depending on your industry, and I'm talking outside of COVID right now, that you will, they have special rules for those that go beyond OSHA. But in the case of what we're foreseeing with the ETS, it does not appear that Michigan's governor and MyOSHA will be going too much, if at all, beyond what the ETS is requiring. They've kind of all, I think, by virtue of practicality, fallen in line with what OSHA is doing, and they're both, of course, looking to the ETS for for the CDC with best practices. So this was passed November 4th. Going into effect 30 days by December 5th. And then everybody has to, who are going into the mandatory vaccination, vaccinations of employees who want to be fully vaccinated under the ETS have to be completed by January 4th. As you know, in the 2-dose vaccinations, there's a time period between of about 17 days, the vaccinations. If somebody is getting vaccinated toward the end of December, they can be considered fully vaccinated if they've gotten that second vaccination in the case of the 2-dose by January 5th, or by 1 dose by January 5th for the J&J vaccination. If the person is unvaccinated after that point, in a company that options for mandated vaccination, people who are unvaccinated can actually be asked not to come into the work anymore. They can be moved out of the workplace there. If the employer options for will do testing and as well as masking, the employer has to, of course, determine whether the person first has been vaccinated, then and they can be exempted from this part of the company's testing and masking rule. Those that are not can be then asked to mask, but they're going to have to get a test every 7 days. Every 7 days. The covered employees must require employee vaccination or alternative. I've mentioned that. This will not apply to fully remote employees and will not apply to employees that come into and will apply to employees that come in even to work one time. PTO, as I mentioned, is required for vaccination. If the employee suffers a side effect of vaccination, they must be given a reasonable time off to recover and can use a PTO bank there if they're given it. And that reasonable time is up to 2 days. Employers will not have to pay for any testing costs. Next slide. I'm not going to talk much about this, but there are exceptions to the vaccination that you may be confronted with. Somebody may come up and say, I've got a disability. It'll be up to them to, give you notice as well as establish that they would like an accommodation if possible. I've listed a few of the disability that you may be confronted with here. There's also a religious exemption, and that is if somebody not only may be a member of a religion that has an objection to this, but I think in more practical terms, it'll be somebody who says they have a sincerely held religious belief. You can question that and you can obtain information. You can't assume that they're not covered, but you are allowed to question the religious nature or sincerity of that request for an accommodation, and they can't just, you do not have to assume they have to have a religious exemption. If they say they want one, they have to be able to show that they do. Next slide, please. Here's some information on undue hardship. As you know, if somebody has a legitimate request for accommodation, you have to enter a dialogue with them to determine whether you can accommodate or whether there's an undue hardship, in which case you can turn down the accommodation request or find another one that may work for the company there. Disability accommodation starts with significant difficulty or expense, comparing the resource and circumstances of the particular employer with the cost or difficulty of providing specific information, a specific accommodation. Little higher bar for or I should say a little lower bar for the employer to meet there than religious accommodation, where that may be just a de minimis cost, would create the undue hardship for that employer. What might these undue hardships be in the realm of religious hardship? Hey, if you have to, if there's any chance that the person's going to spread COVID in the workplace, diminish the efficiency of other jobs if you do give them the accommodation, or cause other employees to share potentially hazardous or burdensome work, for example. All these areas can be considered an undue hardship on the employer, giving rise to the fact that the employer can turn down that exemption request. Very fact specific, and you should probably be consulting, if you don't know, with your qualified employment attorney there. Kevin? Okay, really quickly, handbooks. Little history. The National Labor Relations Board's been kind of, up until about 7-8 years ago, kind of a backwater agency. They started stepping up in terms of, during the Obama's administration, their pro-worker position. What they did back with the Obama administration, the Trump administration virtually, reversed. I'm going to start with the Boeing rule, which is a method of determining whether a particular policy might impact negatively an employee's Section 7 rights. Now, this is not just union environments, this is non-union environments, and non-union employers with handbooks are going to have to kind of look through their handbook and determine if there's any areas where their particular policies might be interpreted as infringing on an individual's Section 7 rights. You'll see here 3 categories. There are rules that are always lawful because they are based on reasonable interpretation as being so. In other words, not impeding an employee's right to organize. Or there's a justification for the rule that outweighs any negative impact on the employee's rights to organize. I'm going to jump to category 3 because there are rules that are always unlawful. For these types of rules, check for any policies that basically restrict an employee's right to discuss wages, benefits, and terms and conditions of employment. If they address that in a general sense, and a lot of confidentiality policies that I see talk about payroll and personnel information, there's not only the National Labor Relations Act that requires or states that employees have the right to share that information, but Michigan itself has a law. Then there has been a very tough category 2 rule, and these are ones that, depending on the policy, how the policy is written, can go either way. And I'm not going to get too much into that because those are tough rules, but I will show you where you should be looking at in terms of policies to review. Kevin? Check out for confidentiality, your confidentiality policies. If it's saying you can't tell your employees you can't share any information on payroll or information on benefits or safety and health issues, you're going to run into problem with the National Labor Relations Board. Non-disparagement. This is a sister to the civility rules, respectful and professional manner rules, offensive language rules. I think we all have them. And we try and say, hey, employees, treat everybody with respect. In the world of labor relations, employees are allowed to get away with, and I'll use that term, hopefully not sounding too pejoratively, but they are allowed to use language that's a little bit more heightened in terms of its it's drama and even in the way of using foul language and such. What we're talking about in terms of handbook policies is just making sure that we don't overstep these non-disparagement civility rules, respectful, and recognize that if we've got a situation where somebody's got a little hot-headed and said something wrong, are they talking in the context of protected concerted activity? In other words, was this intended to protect everybody in the workplace by making this verbose statement, or is it something that they were just doing out of personal animosity? Social media, again, this is communicating out on the internet. Many employers have a social media rule. Make sure it just doesn't get too specific as to items that can be addressed and communicated to the outside world. It is considered by the National Labor Relations Board, employees have the right to do so. Given that they don't outright state some kind of defamation in their social media. Always good to have a policy that says, hey, if you're going to make an opinion, please, make sure everybody knows it's your opinion and not other people's, or not the organizations, excuse me. And then cameras and recording at work. This is something that you're going to want to keep an eye on too, as the National Labor Relations Board comes out with new rulings, and you're going to want to make sure that your policies don't get too far in terms of stating a restriction of employees in that context. Very controversial area, and I recommend keeping track of that with your labor attorney. And I know I'm getting near the end of the time there. I'll stop here. Keep an eye on your handbooks. We're going to go into a period where these changes are going to be expected of all employers, and it's a good time to review your handbook anyway for updating it in general. I think now. So sorry, Tara, go ahead.
Oh, you're more than fine. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Michael, so much. I appreciate all the feedback. We did actually have a few questions, but as I mentioned in the beginning, we will get those questions answered. So I will send that off directly to Kevin and Michael, and they can get those answers for you. But I wanted to say thank you so much. I might be the only human who geeks out at compliance, but I am a huge compliance fan. So this was all really, really informative for us. But guys, we have 5 minutes, so grab your lunch. Coming up next, we do have our demonstration by Donorview. So please, we'll see you back at exactly 12:15. Thanks so much, guys. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello and welcome back, everyone. I hope you had time to grab your lunch. If you did not, that's okay. Once we head into our breakout session, you're welcome to grab it then. I wanted to take the next moment to introduce our demonstration sponsor today, Donorview. I met Melissa a few months ago, and she kind of showcased me a bunch of the different opportunities you can do to manage and maintain your data and just get organized, which is something I believe we all kind of struggle with. So I wanted to invite Melissa to give a short demonstration on the wonderful kind of options you can utilize using the software platform. So I will pass that over to Melissa. So Melissa, welcome and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. All right, just to make sure, can everyone see my screen right now?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. All right, well, hello and welcome to today's abbreviated demo of Donorview. Donorview is a cloud-based software that was built from the ground up specifically for nonprofits. It lets you track your donors, your grant proposals, your members, your volunteers. You can register people for events and track attendance. You can do auctions and peer-to-peer campaigns, and you can communicate with your constituents with email marketing, text messaging, and surveys and forms. Before we get into the software itself, we're going to hop over to this example website that we have set up. We built this just to show how the forms that you build in Donorview can be incorporated into a website that already exists. And it works well with all the popular site building platforms like Wix and Squarespace and WordPress. If we scroll down a bit and click on donate here, we're taken to just a simple donation form that was built in the software and then just placed on the website. And with this one, the donor just selects the amount they want to donate, and then they scroll down a bit and put in their, I'm sorry, I'm having some technical issues here. I'm so sorry. Let's try that again. There we go. So here's the simple donation form. The donor just selects the amount they want to donate. They scroll down a bit and put in their payment information and then just submit the form. But the donor does not have to go to an external payment processing site to do the transaction. It's done right here on the organization's page through Donorview. Donorview can also do more complex donation forms. So you can have options for donors to make tribute gifts and honor a memory of someone. They can also choose which fund their money goes to if you allow that. So you can customize these forms in lots of different ways. You can also do event management in Donorview. And with that, you can build a registration form in the software. Once again, just place it on the website. You can do in-person and virtual. You can do free events that just need RSVPs or paid ones with different price points. But here we have a registration for a dinner. We've added some pictures and a map so people can see exactly where they're going. We have some different ticket levels set up with different prices, but also different numbers of people included on those tickets. And the system will track both prices and tax-deductible portions there. A little further down, we have a place where you can include add-on purchases like sponsorships or advertising or raffle tickets. You can have a place for people to make a donation, even if they can't actually come to the event. You can set coupon codes for dollar or percentage-based discounts. And since we chose one of those couple tickets up top, the system's going to ask for information for that number of attendees. We've got name and email, but you can also add as many or as few other custom fields as you would like, just to collect further information about your attendees. With all the forms in Donorview, once they are submitted, the system will send an automated thank you or acknowledgement message. You just build this at the same time you build the actual form in the software, and you can populate it with mail merge fields, so you can include whatever information is pertinent with that acknowledgement. Also, if your events need actual tickets, you can build those in the software too. So we'll go and hop over to the actual software itself. And when we get signed in, we'll be greeted with a personal dashboard. And this is customizable per user, so you can change these 4 windows of information based on whatever is most useful to you when you sign in. But we do also have the workspace menu that shows every area of the software that you as a user have access to. And Donorview allows for unlimited users, and you can set different access and permission levels for the users based on their roles in the organization. If we click into one of the areas, we're taken to high-level information in charts and graphs. And here we have a dashboard about our constituents. And Donorview considers a constituent to be any company or individual that has a record in the system, but all the details for that constituent are in one place. So donation transaction history, event registrations, volunteer time, it's all in that one record for the person. Also, with all the charts and graphs in Donorview, you can export them to PDF and as an image, so you can very easily put those into your own reports if you need to. Detailed information in those areas is presented in a grid format. It's similar to Excel with rows and columns. You can click on the columns to sort ascending and descending. You can rearrange them if you need to, and you can choose which columns you do and don't want to see because there are a lot of them. You don't have to always look at all of them. You can filter the information by the columns, and there's a menu here to the left that helps with further filtering and sorting. But this particular grid inside CRM for constituents shows all the constituents in the system with a line for each one of them. We're starting with a full constituent list of over 3,600. But let's say that we just want to see our lapsed donors to send an appeal to them. we can come to last gift date and say, just show me people who haven't given in a few years. And of that list, if we just want to see larger donors, for example, we can come to average gift amount and say, just show me people whose average gift is greater than about $1,000. That brings down that list to 110 that are still in the grid. If we're sending an appeal, maybe we don't want to send that to the volunteers because they're already doing a lot. We can choose to exclude that category, and that just pulls out everyone with that tag on their profile. We're left with 106 here. So from all the grids in the system, we have the actions menu. From here, we can export the data to Excel. We can make an email campaign to go out to these 106. We can print mailing labels and envelopes and name tags. We can send a text message to everyone, and those are customizable, including with mail merge fields, so they can feel really personal when they go out. We can also do mail merge letters from here, and that could be anything from the appeal that we mentioned to a thank you letter. You can also do year-end tax letters from here, and you can choose to include attachments with those letters, like a giving statement. When you're ready to send that out, you can either print it to paper mail it or send it out electronically. And you can choose to save that letter and attachment to the documents area of a constituent's record. You can also post it to a portal so your donors can log into their own portal and see that letter whenever they need to. But once we make that letter, it could look something like this. We can have logos and signatures and whatever information that you need to pull in with those mail merge fields. And whatever attachment was selected is right there in the same place to make it easy to find. With events in Donorview, whenever someone registers for an event, all the information is pulled into one place. And here in the event attendance grid, we can see who has purchased tickets, what type of ticket they purchased. If it's a multiple person ticket, then who are the actual attendees on that ticket. When people check into the event, you can either check them in manually or scan the QR code on the ticket. It'll show them checked in with the date and time. If you use the custom fields on the registration forms, you can see those responses right here on the grid. And if you're having something like a luncheon or a sit-down dinner that has assigned seating, you can see those assignments here, but you can also build those inside Donorview. Because not every event needs a seating chart, but if you need one, it's good to have a tool that can help build it. So you can build your whole floor layout right here on the screen. You can add more tables for different numbers of people, different shapes of tables. Just pick one up, bring it over, drop it in. You can spin it around if you need to. You can change the names of the tables to keep track of what's where. And as people register, their names will auto-populate, so you can pick up a person and drop them into the seat you want them assigned to. All of those assignments are pulled back into that same event attendance grid. So when people check into your event from one screen, you can check the ticket number, check the name, make sure they want veggies for dinner, and send them to the right table. But we do, from this grid, once again, have the actions menu. So we can export the data to Excel. We can print name tags for our attendees. We can make an email campaign to go out to them. Donorview also lets you automate emails based on dates for an event. So you can send a reminder a few days before or a thank you a few days after. You can send a text message to all of your attendees from here, including filtering down your list to just people who have checked in. You can maybe send them a text message welcoming them to the event. If your event includes a raffle, you can draw the winner right inside the software, and you can project this onto a screen for an in-person event or stream it on your website for something virtual. When you click the button, there's a fun little animation that draws a ticket out of the box. You can see the name of the winner and the ticket number right on the screen. Donorview also has email marketing fully built in, so you can manage all of your contacts and segmented lists. You can manage your campaigns. And we do have a few hundred email templates that are already in the system that you're welcome to use. You can always build your own as well. But if you want to use a template, there's just a simple drag and drop editing tool. So you can choose the content that you want to add, pick it up, bring it over, drop it in. You can rearrange your blocks. You can change your colors and fonts and sizes. You can change your images and add videos. So these emails are very, very customizable. Also, once emails go out, you can see stats for them. Just choose the campaign you want to see. You can see your percentages opened, unopened, unsubscribed, and bounced. You can see that on a pie chart too, so who's opened it and who has not opened it yet. If you want to resend the campaign to the unopened ones, you can right from here. You can see the performance of different links in the emails and see who's clicked on what and how many times. And you can see the monetization of those emails and how much money is coming in from people clicking things in those messages. And from any of the grids in the system, if you want to see a certain person's record, just click their name. And here we have a constituent record for an individual, for Mr. Brad Jones here. And on the profile, we have information about him, identifying information, contact information, and so forth. In the Gifts tab, we can see all the transactions that Brad here has made with the organization, general gifts, event registrations. They're all right here in one place. We can also see the documents that we've chosen to store to the record, like those mail merge letters that we made earlier. And this is unlimited storage here, so anything that you need to put here, there's plenty of room for it. So here inside the software in the record, we can see all of Brad's information, but Brad can come to your website and he can click a sign in or login button, and he can access his portal to see information for himself as well. So we'll go into Brad's individual portal here. And we'll be able to see all the areas of information you can choose to make visible through the portal. You can turn off any of these buttons that aren't useful to your group, but for Brad here, they're all turned on. So he can log in and click on donations and see all of his transactions with the organization. He can export that to Excel if he needs to. He can make a new donation through one of our pages right from here. If he's got some open pledges for recurring payments, he can see details for those, remaining balances, dates of payments, preferred payment method. He can add new credit cards and take old ones out right inside the portal. He can see memberships that he's purchased. He can see his volunteer hours. And if you let volunteers add their own, he can add information there. He can customize a peer-to-peer page for a campaign he's helping out with. If you push out documents to the portal, this is where those land. So if he's lost that year-end tax letter, he can come and download that whenever he needs to without someone in the office having to run an extra copy. All right, so that has been an abbreviated demo of Donorview. We would love to share more information with you. If you would like to learn more, please come to our website, donorview.com. There's a lot there, but if you want a full demo, just click on Request a Demo here in the corner. And we'll do a full Zoom meeting with you. We'll give you a tour of the software and answer whatever questions that you have about it. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much, Melissa. That was fascinating. Really great information and really exciting to see what you have. Please make sure, if you wouldn't mind, you put your name and your contact information in the chat, and I apologize if you just said that. All right, everyone, it's time to get ready for the breakout sessions. I put the Zoom link in the chat. Please jump on over. We'll be beginning right at 12:30. See you back in a bit. Thanks, everyone. I was half listening. Breakout session. I know we learned quite a bit in our breakout session. Thank you so much, Lady Sarah, for all you did. I am very excited to have the honor of introducing our next presenter, Larry Powell from the Hoff Law Group here in Troy. Larry has 47 years of professional law practice in private business and management-oriented law. Larry received his BA and JD from Wayne State University and is licensed and has practiced in all state and federal courts. He's been active in nonprofit management his entire career, having served as officer and board member along with many other charitable efforts. So I hope you're as excited as I am to hear Larry's presentation on top mistakes nonprofits make. Larry, the virtual stage is now yours. Make sure to unmute.
Thank you, Sheila. It's my pleasure to be here with you folks today. I have kind of taken a pulse on the nature of the crowd attending, and it's my conclusion that most of you are very well adapted to the nonprofit sector, understand it. You have entities that are already established. I could go through the ABCs of establishing a nonprofit, but I'm going to leave that to just my materials. If anybody wants those materials, they're welcome to have them after this presentation. Therefore, I'm going to focus in a little more sophisticated area that I think is important for nonprofits and sometimes is overlooked. Most nonprofits governed by the generosity of volunteers gathered from a cross-section of businesses that have a relevant interest in the cause of the not-for-profit organization. These can range from chambers of commerce to club organizations, to home owners associations, to country clubs, to art and historical museums, to performing arts facilities, to charitable foundations, to professional associations, or even to the big ones, the conglomerates who are into fundraising. Each can establish a valid and recognized nonprofit status for the public welfare and benefit. Typically, the compensated administrative staff of such organizations have their focus on the charitable and nonprofit causes. Many times I find that the legal governance led by a volunteer president or chair can be neglected inadvertently, hopefully not intentionally, simply because by way of priorities, such items are way down the list of those priorities. Nevertheless, compliance with the state and federal laws is mandatory. I think we all understand that, and Mr. Burns explained a lot of it when it came to the employment area. State and federal laws assure the viability of the organization's structural success. With that come protections from the federal and state taxation, insurance, and indemnification to personnel and business invitees who work with the nonprofits. But compliance, the fiduciary responsibilities is still a must. Like any other employment or entity under the law, in exchange for allowing the charitable, non-taxable effort to continue, the governance of the nonprofit organization must remain in compliance under law. Putting a process in place with the template of organizational requirements will help to eliminate certain concerns of non-compliance. Before addressing top mistakes, the basics lay the foundation for the discussion. In my opinion, there are certain needs for special attention. Nonprofit board governance and liability oversights are sometimes common. Failure to operate in accordance with their own governing documents or state laws is not intentional, but is sometimes a mistake. The articles of incorporation should provide protections to the individual who serves as a director or officer as volunteers in order to limit in a way a director's personal liability to either the entity or members of the entity for money damages resulting from an action or failure to take an action. Now, there are certain exceptions to that. They cannot provide protections for an individual that gets financial benefit to which he's not entitled or she's not entitled, to which there is intentional infliction of harm, to which there is involvement in any entity for unlawful purposes, and to which there are expenses resulting from a defense of a legal action that the person did not succeed at. These are typical provisions also of any for-profit corporation, and it's something that many of you may be used to hearing about. The articles should provide that an entity can indemnify for liability within the scope of the individual's authority for reasonably believed acts or omissions made in good faith and not to the level of gross negligence, criminal or intentional tort. There are different categories that specifically affect the nonprofit entity, and one is a major one, and that's the duty of care. We may have heard of this before. The duties of care are those acts discharged in good faith and with the same degree of diligence, care, and skill which an ordinarily prudent person would exercise under similar circumstances in a like position. So it's basically what a good citizen would do normally. The burden of establishing this, though, rests upon the interested director. So if there's a challenge that the director was not using due care, that director must show good faith, must show prudence, must show that that individual exercised care, showing attention to the issue, showing active interest in the organization, valid preparation, and alertness or anticipation of unexpected problems. They must also show a reliance upon any experts, both inside and outside that entity, who would offer direction and advice to the ordinary person. There must be a show of proper delegation. Someone can't just step in, take over a matter, and then find out that that was not proper delegation of the authority or the work done. And to the extent that there's any rational actions taken in good faith without conflicts of interest, that too can be deemed ordinary prudence of a person. And then we've all heard of the term business judgment rule, and that is a rule where it provides a director who performs duties in good faith and in accordance with the appropriate standard of care, no liability based upon alleged failure to discharge such person's obligation. Absent director fraud, absent self-dealing, in the absence of intentional misconduct. Now, another test is the duty of loyalty. There has to be an undivided allegiance to the entity. So any action taken by a director that would be deemed to be disloyal to that entity is probably going to be actionable. There are many directorship powers, and the director is typically precluded from using any power or information for personal gain. The interests of the entity are put ahead of any personal interest of a director. A personal benefit received by a director from an opportunity derives the entity the benefits of that opportunity, deprives the entity of the benefits of that opportunity, and typically centered around conflicts of interest related to personal financial interest of a director. And I'll get into a couple of examples hereafter. An entity is precluded from providing loans or guarantees for an officer or director of the entity directly to that person, unless the officer or director is a client of the entity, or a loan or guarantee is necessary for the entity's charitable purposes. A transaction is not void, however, if it is fair or reasonable when it is authorized, approved, or ratified by the entity itself. And that would be the non-voting members who are not in that conflict situation and have voted independently. Nor in the situation where there are material facts of a director's relationship or interest disclosed or known to the board and transaction approved by the board exclusive of that interested director. And that's when, of course, that interested director does an abstention of a vote. And then similarly, same material facts were known to and approved by the members of the entity. So it's not void necessarily if everybody knows what's going on and it's above board and everybody has the opportunity to do the same type of thing. There's an avoidance of the duty of loyalty when a policy is in place as to conflicts of interest, self-dealing transactions, seizing corporate opportunity, avoidance of excess benefit transactions to a person called a disqualified person, and that would include the person known as a director. You're avoiding the duty of loyalty if there's a composition of the board of directors that is not financially disinterested from the entity as much as possible. And then the directors have working knowledge of a tax exempt status under federal law and restrictions against the private benefit and self-dealing. The entity should have a formal policy of entity to address potential conflicts as they arise. And I would say that this is probably the most common area of concern for either the big or the small nonprofits when they fail to examine carefully exactly what those potential conflicts might be. There should be in place procedures for, number one, disclosing the facts of the proposed conflict transaction, and having the directors, the rest of the directors, being aware and still preserving an individual privacy as to what the transaction might be about.
Hey, Larry.
Yes.
Not to interrupt, but we did have a question just for clarification.
Sure. Oh, I meant to say that. I hope anybody does this if they have questions as we go along.
For sure. You keep utilizing the term director. Do you mean that as a paid executive director or the board member or trustee director?
It can be either.
Okay.
But what I'm getting at with respect to a lot of this is that, especially the smaller nonprofits, they are non-compensated. And yet, on the other hand, they have the same kind of liability issues that could be there if they were compensated. So my term director can be either compensated or non-compensated. I hope that answers it.
Perfect, thank you.
In order to satisfy the duty of loyalty, the board members should be conscious of conflict between their personal interests and those of the association. They should also consider articulating and disclosing any possible conflicting interests, both on a general level as well as specific facts as conflicts do arise. The board member should consider not participating in discussion and not voting if the conflict of interest is either strong enough to actually influence the member or may reasonably appear that way. The board member should consult with the association counsel, that's legal counsel, with respect to any questionable calls. That's the other issue, is that typically a board's legal counsel aren't always available, aren't always at meetings, aren't always around to pose those kinds of questions. So a lot of times they have to be posed by telephone, by email, that type of thing. And sometimes it's very difficult to even orchestrate doing that. And I'll give you an example. For example, if some of the board members had a concern for the way the executive director was operating and possibly in the middle of a conflict of interest, typically a board member would go to the executive director and say, I need to speak to corporation counsel. In that situation, my guess would be that that would not be easy to do, and that you'd have to go around the executive director in order to even pose this inquiry. So those are the kinds of things where especially volunteer board members ought to be very cognizant of the fact that they have a standard that's a little bit higher than just the ordinary person from the standpoint of overseeing the activities of the entity and the activities of how the board of directors sets policy and makes decisions. It's important to get that kind of counsel, however, because everyone, and I've been on boards like this, where I may be strictly a board member, not a lawyer, but I'm a board member, and I have a question as to how something's being run, how management is handling an issue. And I have often gone first to the executive director when appropriate, but then often gone beyond that when the executive directors directed me to either legal counsel or tax counsel or somebody like that, that would be a source of an answer in that regard. One of the big things for directors is to be aware, to be willing to disclose, and to give a disinterested review of what's going on. The disinterested review, I think, is something that we kind of miss at times because we're all interested, and I realize that. But then there's this test of a higher standard. Well, you want to make sure that if there's something that just doesn't sound right, maybe it ought to be reviewed by a disinterested person. There's also another duty of confidentiality of the entity. The director should keep the entity's private information confidential, and that might be financial, that might be HR, that might be a lot of things. But you have to exercise reasonable diligence to also talk when you need to talk, but at the same time, protect confidentiality. The one big thing about a nonprofit is having a duty to adhere to the missions of the entity. I think we've all been in different groups where there is a mission statement, and especially in nonprofits, the mission statement is often debated, is often decided after many times of study, and it's the board members' duty of loyalty and fidelity to that purpose of that mission statement. particularly in the context of the nonprofit entity's goals and determinations, and in how it involves the board's, the individual board members' fidelity to the purposes of that entity. It's particularly important when an entity obtains public funding based upon representations of its goals and purposes, as we've talked about earlier in today's presentations. Unlike for the not for the for-profit organizations like corporations, LLCs, etc., nonprofit corporations generally are required to designate a purpose and must adhere to that purpose in order to retain the privileges of a nonprofit corporation. And I think Mr. Hosner did a good job of pointing that out when you go to applying for different grants and funding, that you are compliant with the whole idea of what the organization is to do. Another oversight that I find has been problematic at times is the salary of compensated officers and directors. And maybe that goes to the asker's question a little bit more, but there has to be a standard of reasonableness in that regard too. And it would be reasonable with respect to how the IRS looks at these kinds of regulations. If the value of the services equals the amount that would be paid ordinarily for like services by like enterprises, that test can be met. And it has been tested many times by the Internal Revenue Service when it gets into audits. In the event that a disqualified person benefits from an excess benefit transaction, that disqualified person suffers an excise tax. So not only from the standpoint of the entity, but from the standpoint of the recipient of any compensation of such, both can be damaged severely and financially if they're found to be excessive. There is what I call a rebuttable presumption included in that definition, and that means that it can be deemed to be reasonable, but an expert on the other side could argue against it, and that may be convincing to somebody like the Internal Revenue Service that it was not reasonable. And so what you end up with in those kind of situations is a clear debate going back and forth, and it's clear oversight by the Department of Treasury and the Internal Revenue Service. It's important for the board, however, in its initial documentation to adopt a policy for such reasonableness and make sure that it's clear that the board not only is encouraged to give oversight to this, but has the obligation to continue the oversight as to compensation in that way. And then annual review is something that is typical of any entity when it comes to compensation, and that's something that should be spelled out in the policy also. I find another area of frustration in the experiences that I've had on boards in the past has been the failure to properly select board members or select board members that were simply buddy-buddy with other board members, or people that didn't have the accurate or correct involvement and development and expectations that a board member for that type of entity would expect. I think it's important for in the beginning anyways, and maybe annually too, for the board to determine what should we look like? What should this board look like? Should it be diverse? Should it be all the same? Et cetera, et cetera. And then determine how well the board currently looks and measures up. Sometimes self-criticism can give you some very maybe not acceptable answers, but some clear answers as to maybe changing things. I think it's important for a board and the officers of an entity to have a nominating committee. A nominating committee sometimes can be not only board members, but others on the outside. Officers, I think, are a good example where an officer can show where there's need and there is a lack of filling that need at this point, and that the board ought to consider trying to look at those strengths when they do appoint new people. Most boards in this case, by the way, are appointed by the other members of the board. They're not elected by a group of shareholders like a for-profit corporation would be. They are appointed by the board members who are there. And so I think it's important to be self-critical and maybe overly self-critical when it comes to filling vacancies and that type of thing. Sometimes these entities also use a search firm. Search firm kind of should align with what the priorities and values are of the entity. I caution about search firms because I think sometimes there's a tendency to say, well, we've given it over to the search firm and therefore we don't have to worry about that. I think there should be a good mixture and a good correspondence between both the board and the search firm if one is selected for that purpose.
Larry,
Yes.
I am getting a bunch of questions coming in on my end that you probably can't see because they're private messaging. But this one directly relates to exactly what you're saying. So when board members are a part of your board dynamic for quite some time, and your bylaws don't necessarily have a term limit, but you would like to install term limits, how do you do that? And what is the right course of action?
That's interesting. I have an entity I'm working with right now as its corporate counsel, a nonprofit, and they have that exact situation at hand. The problem is that it's the existing board that makes changes to those bylaws, makes changes to those rules of operating. And so if it's not a majority on that board that wants to make those changes, it's very difficult to make the changes. I hate to even suggest it, but if it gets to be a point of crippling the operation of the entity, you might have to even take into consideration a circuit court action to get a judge to look at the situation, maybe appoint a facilitator, that type of thing, to step in and make those changes.
That makes sense. The other question I have for board is there a downside to having less board members that the bylaws say? So meaning they say you can have up to 10, but you only have 8. With that being said, should it always remain odd number as well?
I definitely recommend odd. Odd is the only way to do it because I don't care if you're talking about the weather today or getting a huge foundation grant. I mean, it's important that you have, you don't want to have a tie vote somewhere. And that's whatever side you're on, either side. I think it's also important to look at minimal numbers of board directors. I always prepare my documents with a minimum number. For example, you may have up to 13, but you have to have a minimum of 5. Make it that clear so that you don't get a situation where everybody decides they're gonna quit the organization or go on vacation or whatever and not be available to help manage the entity. The smaller the number of directors, in my opinion, especially in a nonprofit charitable organization, the smaller number of directors, I think, goes against the whole idea of inclusiveness of everybody. You want every member in that organization, let's say the Chamber of Commerce, you want everybody who's a member of the Chamber of Commerce to feel that they're included and their opinion it may not be accepted, but at least can be heard. And if you only have 3 board members, for example, that's pretty unrealistic to think that you're going to cover the whole membership and their attitudes about certain issues. So I recommend, again, a minimum 5 to me would be the minimum of any group in this situation. And, something like 13 could be the maximum. And again, always being an odd number. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you, Larry.
The other issue that sometimes comes up, especially in the small organizations, and especially in the organizations founded by a particular individual who maybe has been around for 35 years and has been very generous, eleemosynary and all that other kind of stuff, but also feels that, well, this is my organization. It's important for the directors and officers of the organization to keep a close focus on that. You don't want the board and the officers, you don't want the duties of the board and the officers to overlap. The officers take the orders from the board. The officers are hired by the board. The board is the ultimate in an entity of this sort. The board's duties, however, are policy making, are rule making. They're not to interview the assistant director of whatever within a department and determine what their salary should be. Those types of recommendations would come from probably the CEO of the company and then proposed to the board as an approval. So the board should be a policy-making entity as opposed to an executory entity that sets forth administration rules and that kind of thing. That should be left to the chief CEO or the other officers that work under the CEO. It's important, though, that the officers always keep the board apprised of certain issues that arise, especially as to the mission and accomplishing the mission and any governance issues that would interfere. There should be an absolute requirement of regular meetings. Every entity I've been involved in, I've insisted that we meet at least once a month, even if it's done like this virtually or very short and sweet. But the board has to be their ears and eyes available to seeing what's going on within the entity from 1 month to the next. And I don't like the idea of quarterly meetings, that type of thing. I think that's far less appropriate for a board of directors. The board has responsibilities in this regard. Of course, the board has responsibilities to recruit, especially the CEO, determine the compensation available for the CEO, to retain the CEO, to evaluate, at least annually, the CEO. The board has the obligation, again, policy-wise, to show a direction for the organization, where we want to head, what do we want to do, where do we want to grow, that kind of thing. And to show a policy-based governance system so that it's not just hit or miss when issues come up, that there is a policy set in place that appears to be very objective and not slanted in one way or the other, so that when employee issues come up, volunteer issues come up, those policies can be applied to the particular fact situation. And again, the board sets these policies, and it's required that they follow their own actions that they set in place, and likewise that of the CEO. The government of the organization and the relationship with the CEO is very important. I don't have to tell you this, I'm speaking to the choir, my guess is here. They work very closely. They sometimes can work where they interact with the CEO. And sometimes they do so within meetings. Sometimes the board wants to meet separate from the CEO, but most of the time the board does want the CEO involved in the meetings and to be kept informed of what's going on. If there aren't regular routine meetings, then telephonic or email or any other type of communication is probably the most important. That's the other thing, by the way. All my bylaws nowadays provide for a virtual long distance type meetings especially in the more social clubs. People go to Florida for the winter, that kind of stuff, and they would sit on a board, but they still have an obligation to attend a board meeting. And just because they're down in Naples, Florida, doesn't mean they shouldn't be at the meeting and helping to vote and make decisions. Again, one of the big things that we ought to keep in mind is that no matter what the size of assets or investment that this charity or this nonprofit has, it's the board's fiduciary duty to protect it. And fiduciary duty means something much higher than an ordinary person's duty. It's not the duty that I would have for my own assets. It's a duty that I would have for my parents' assets. It's the duty that I would have for my clients' assets, that kind of thing. It's a duty that you look at carefully and make sure that you monitor and control it routinely. There are some things that the board has to look at to continue to be aware in more general ways. You want to have a maximum level of trust. You want the board to trust one another, the board members to trust one another, obviously, and you want the board to trust the officers and directors and everybody that's working for that organization for the common cause. The board should know its role, and the chief executive should likewise know his or her role, and make sure that that division of labor is carefully articulated so that there's no stepping on toes. Some of these are practical conclusions, but there's got to be open communications. Open communications in whatever relationship is the only way to continue and be successful. There should be an assessment process for at least the CEO so that the board knows how to examine what the CEO has accomplished in the last time period, and to maybe even give kind of a guidance to the CEO as to how that individual should look to its workforce or his or her workforce for examining annual review. Another issue that comes up, especially in the small organizations, is backup personnel. The board of directors sometimes can find itself in a serious crisis. And I'm sure all of you have seen this in organizations you've been connected to, where there is a proposed resignation, there is a termination, involuntary termination, that's the worst, obviously, but a proposed resignation, a proposed retirement that may be 6 months from now, but that means that the board at that point should begin looking and establishing a process for replacement, and maybe moving somebody internally up to that position, which obviously happens quite often, if not just on the interim basis, but on the permanent basis, but also even looking outside. And looking outside can be a very, very difficult task at times, especially if you don't have a search company that's working with you. I want to again emphasize a little bit more about needed succession planning. The succession planning can be not only within the officers, but within the board itself. And I again go back to that example of a founding person who may be on the board of directors, maybe chairman emeritus at this point, but still has their finger on the pulse and hand in and everything, and feeling like they really do have a position of running things. I can think of an organization right now that is a educational type group, and the person that started the group has stepped down from the board, but they still feel that they have a veto power over a lot of things that are going on. This organization is 30 years old, been around a long time. A lot of professionals are within it, and yet this person tries to put a veto in places that are really overreaching and difficult. And everybody walks on eggs after such a meeting as that. And then there's a lot of whispering behind the scenes and trying to figure out what do you do about addressing that. Sometimes bringing those kind of issues up before it's an actual issue within the organization, but bringing up the scenario of a possibility, sometimes just putting that into place, setting policy, making sure that everybody hears what's being said, but not judgmentally, can help transition things such as a dictatorial board member, that kind of thing. I have in my materials what I did today after examining who was going to be attending today. I really turned my materials all the way around from the way I originally proposed them. I originally proposed them as ABCs of a nonprofit. Those include, how you do the articles, how you do the bylaws, what tax deductibility issues are there, what type of entities, all that. I have all that in my materials. If anybody's interested in those basics, they're at the last 10 pages of my materials. And the first 9 pages are what I went through today. And I hope I've at least given you some help in how to manage and administer your corporations.
Larry, thank you so much. There was so much, obviously, information to be shared. And as you said, it wasn't just 9 pages. It was a good 20 pages of information. So if you are okay sharing that, we can share that out with everybody after the event.
I am, and I put my name, telephone number, and email address in the chat so anybody can find it there.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Larry, for all that amazing education. I am overwhelmed, to say the least. And I do actually have some questions as well about some certain things within law about social media things. So I will add those questions to you. And if you wouldn't mind answering them, and I can share that out to the guests who have actually sent that over.
Great. Glad to. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. All right, everybody, we are going to take a 5-minute break, and I will see you all back here at 1:45 for our final session of the day with United Way's team, or United Way's grant team, which I know everyone is very excited to hear from. So I will see you all at exactly, let's say 1:44. Thanks, guys. See you soon. All right, welcome back, everyone. One lesson I've learned today is we should have background music. It got real quiet for that 5 minutes. But we are finally approaching our last segment of the day. And just a reminder, our nonprofit members, they voted on all of these amazing topics we have heard throughout this whole day. But this was the #1 most voted topic. So I am really excited that we get to end our day with a bang. So our final session today, again, was the #1 topic, and it's how to measure and establish grant funding. And today we are joined by panelists Nick Piper and Emily Mueller, along with support from Haley Briscoe, also known as the grants team from United Way of Southeast Michigan, to discuss this very complicated but needed informational session. So let me take a moment to introduce our final panelists of the day. Nick Piper has worked in the nonprofit sector for over 10 years. He has served in a variety of roles, including financial coach, program manager for financial stability, senior manager of data and analytics, and now back with United Way as the director of strategic initiatives. I love data, so this is really exciting for me. Professionally, Nick enjoys collaborating with other teams to solve complex problems, specifically looking for ways to leverage technology. Personally, he enjoys spending time with his family, which may include playing video games with his son. He likes Pokemon, good to know. Nick holds a Bachelor of Arts in Business Administration from Adrian College. And our second presenter is Emily Mueller. Emily has over 12 years of experience in the field of evaluation and data analysis across a variety of sectors, including education, homelessness, and behavioral health. She currently serves as the Director for Organizational Impact at United Way for Southeastern Michigan, where she is responsible for establishing a discipline of data analytics and adoption of data products to inform decision-making, strategy, and continuous improvement. Emily is passionate about empowering organizations to use data to improve services for community members and inform community planning. She holds a master's of social work with a concentration in social policy and evaluation from the University of Michigan. At this time, I'd like to welcome you. Thanks so much.
Hey, thanks for having us. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen to get us started. It's a lot of pressure to be the last session and the most requested session, but luckily Emily's here and we'll pick up.
I did not know that tidbit, so hopefully we can live up to the expectations.
All right. And Em, if you can just give me like a thumbs up that you can see my screen.
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. How about now?
I can see it. Good.
All right. All right, so like Tara said, we are from United Way for Southeastern Michigan. My name is Nick Piper. This is my colleague, Emily Mueller.
Emily Mueller. Sorry.
And Haley's also going to be helping monitor the chat. She's a grants associate on our team and will be helping us with Q&A and to monitor the chat. All right, so thanks for joining us. Like Tara said, we'll be here to talk about things around grant reporting and grant outcomes. We are very excited for that and glad you all are excited to hear about it. But we want to take just a minute to do a little bit of level setting. United Way, we're all the three of us are with United Way for Southeastern Michigan, and we act, as many of you may do, as a grantor and a grantee. For today's session, we're going to talk about being a grantee. However, if you only grant money, you may be able to find some ways to work this information in with some of your partners. So stay tuned. Also want to talk a little bit about our structure. So we understand that no two organizations are alike. Some are large, some are small. Our team is lucky enough to have not just a research data analytics team that Emily leads, that is a team of 4 or 5, and they really focus in on data and visualization, which Emily's going to share some tools later. We also have a grants team, which includes Haley and myself, who do the prospecting, grant writing, managing of existing grants, work on reporting and things like that. So we're lucky enough to feel like we have resources, staff resources to get everything done that we need to get done. But, so I just say all that to say, we know no two organizations are alike. So we're going to do our best to talk through strategies that we feel can be used no matter how big your organization is, no matter how large your grants are, these tools you'll be able to use. And then lastly, grant volume. So similar to structure, we know some folks may have dozens of grants, some folks may just have a few. So again, no matter the size of your grants in terms of volume or dollars, we hope some of the things that we bring today will be helpful. So we did, thanks to Tara and Sydney, we did poll the audience before the session started today, last week. And we had a few different ideas of how this session could go, but we thought we'd let you all decide what you wanted us to talk about. And so the results are in. So the three things we're going to talk about today are what to do when you don't have data, what to do when you don't achieve your outcomes, and then something fun called the success equation. However, in our deck that we'll share at the end, we did still provide information on the other two topics that we offered, presenting your data and establishing grant outcomes. So we'll make sure that we share that information in the slide today. So I'm going to go ahead and now turn it over to Emily to talk about what to do when you don't have data.
Awesome. Thanks, Nick. So this is our first topic of the day, and probably a topic that many of us have experienced. It's not uncommon for there to be a lack of participant data for one or more metrics that a funder is asking you to report on. And data isn't always available in the ways that we anticipate it will be for a number of different reasons. Go to the next slide. So why does it happen that we find ourselves in a position where we don't have data? One of the first reasons may be around legal or ethical concerns that are getting in the way of actually sharing data between program partners and funders. This is really particularly true if you are partnering with schools or healthcare facilities, because those institutions are mandated to follow privacy laws like FERPA and HIPAA. And this can lead to the lack of participant consent, really limiting your organization's ability to share data with a particular funder. Additionally, the possibility of risking participant anonymity may limit your organization's willingness to share data. So for example, if a funder asks you to report out on the results using a crosstab with sexual orientation of participants, but there's only one or two participants that identify in a particular category, your organization may determine that you don't want to share that data because it would risk the anonymity of those participants. Another reason beyond kind of the legal or ethical concerns around why you might not have data is really those environmental factors. And they should be very familiar to all of us, particularly with COVID. Major disruptions to a system like we've seen over the last 18 months may really halt or completely eliminate data collection for a reporting period. And even when there's not a major disruption like COVID, if you rely on an outside source for some of your data, delays on their end may mean the data is not available to you when it comes time for reporting. The last reason that we want to talk about today in terms of why data might not be available is the one that I know I have experienced the most often, and perhaps this is relevant to some of you, that you don't have data because of a lack of front-end planning when it comes to determining how success will be measured and really putting those data collection systems and processes in place early on. I have been in the situation more times than I like to admit, where a program has launched with the intention of achieving some sort of goal. And then when it comes time for reporting, we find that we didn't collect all the data that we needed to demonstrate progress. And we're going to talk about how to mitigate some of that a little bit later on when we get into the success equation. You can go to the next slide, Nick. So we're in this situation, we don't have data. What can you do? The first thing that we recommend is really communicating openly and honestly with your funder and providing context about why the data is not available. And make sure to do this in a way that doesn't sound like you're making excuses. The next thing you can do is see if an extension is possible. If your organization needs more time to work out a data sharing agreement, for example, or collect consent, a funder, especially a smaller or local one, might be willing to work with you. And then lastly, and this is where we'll go into a little bit more detail, is how can you find some stand-in data? Even though you don't have participant data, there are a few things that you can do to estimate and communicate your results. Two of the most common ways that we're going to talk about today are using qualitative data or using publicly accessible data. All right, so we're going to turn first to qualitative data. Your staff and volunteers at your organizations are a tremendous resource of information about how a program is going and can provide a lot of important context about the results you're seeing in the field. Additionally, participants, including parents and teachers and community members, are another great source to provide those kind of success stories or insights into how your program is performing. It might be easier in this instance to really sit down with 2 or 3 individuals for a discussion about their experience with your program, then go back and collect consent from all data participants. The other way that you can fill in data where you don't have it is to use publicly accessible data. And lucky for us, the cities and entities that are making data available to the public is just growing, which is excellent. So this is a list here of some of our favorite resources, but it's certainly not completely extensive. So the first is the Michigan Department of Education's My School Data Platform, which provides demographic, attendance, and performance data for any public school in the state of Michigan. The Great Start to Quality website is for childcare providers. You can look at a data set of licensed providers and their quality ratings. If you're looking for economic and workforce data, perhaps the unemployment rate, you can turn to sources like the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And then, we often use the Census Bureau's American Community Survey as well for a lot of program data. If you're looking for more local data, a lot of the counties and some cities have actually published and have portals available now that folks can access. So Oakland County has one. Data Driven Detroit has a number of resources. Many of them are focused on the city of Detroit, but sometimes there are some regional views that you can access. And then the city of Detroit and Macomb County also have open data portals that you can get some access for. So those are some great resources. And then if all else fails and these are not meeting your needs, we recommend FOIAing, which is the Freedom of Information Act, and you can request publicly accessible data using that forum. All right, next slide. So you're going to use one of these approaches, but there are some things to consider in how you do it responsibly when you don't have participant data. The first way that you want to think about this is really to acknowledge the limitations. So with qualitative data, that means that the stories of a handful of participants are not representative of all of your participants' experiences. For example, you're really not collecting the perspective of those who are no longer engaged in your program. So you need to be mindful of that. With publicly accessible data, it's actually the opposite. Your data now includes information about individuals who haven't participated in your program, never had access, never needed your program. And so you'll really need to tread carefully when you're drawing connections from your programs to the changes that you're seeing in those publicly accessible data sets. The other thing you want to consider in both of these cases is really staying true to your participants. So with qualitative data, this means highlighting more than just those top success stories, especially if you know that some participants don't demonstrate similar outcomes. You really want to try and get a variety of perspectives there. With publicly accessible data, you really want to look at using the lowest possible population data that you can. So if all of your work is done in a particular zip code, then try and find data for that zip code, not data at a city or county level. Similarly, if you work in Oakland County exclusively, try to avoid statewide metrics. Sometimes this can mean actually using that FOIA option to really get a specific filtered look of a publicly available data set. And then also for publicly accessible data, you really want to try and find population data that matches the demographic of your program participants. So if you're serving individuals who fall within a specific household income bracket or age group, look for data sets that can be isolated using those same demographic features. And then lastly, for both, you really want to consider comparison points. So those can be either time-based or location-based, but you want to add that context to the changes that you're seeing in order to strengthen the case that your program, at least to some extent, played a role in the changes to the data that you're seeing. Next slide. So those are some tips of what to do when you don't have data. Obviously, we all hope that we don't find ourselves in that position very often. And so these are some things that you can do to prevent that from occurring in the future. The first is really around getting things in writing early on. So data sharing agreements, make sure everyone's on the same page before it's time to collect that data. And those conversations can really happen even before grant funding is secured and should be always part of the planning process for a grant. The next thing is you really want to minimize the ask in terms of how much data you need. Clarify what specific data you need to communicate your progress and meet the reporting requirements. You want to start with the end in mind. And so we'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like in terms of the success equation and how you can break things down into more, manageable, measurable components. But you really want to be realistic about what you can get access to relatively easily and only ask partners or clients for the data that you have a clear purpose or need for. The other thing you want to do is really make sure that data collection is easy and convenient. So this includes making sure that you're developing data collection plans on the front end and putting in systems in place to track the indicators that you need to measure success. When data collection is just one more thing you or your clients or your partners have to do, it's a lot harder to get done. So when you're developing those data collection plans, think about how can you use the information you already collect or track to show progress to a funder? And if there is a specific tool that a funder needs you to use, can you embed it into an existing check-in or platform or process so that you're making that collection as easy as possible for all stakeholders? And I think now I'm turning it over to Nick to talk about what to do when you do not achieve your outcomes.
I muted myself.
You owe $1.
I know. We have a thing at United Way. You have to throw $1 in. So track me on that. Okay, a couple quick things. Thanks, Emily. One, two, we do have, hopefully we'll have time for questions at the end, but we knew we were the last session, and just in case things were running over, we didn't want to keep you here longer than your allotted time. So we will, time permitting, allow, ask for questions. If not, our information will be shared at the end, our contact info. So you can, we love to get emails to answer questions. So feel free to drop us an email. And then last, I always should go first. That's my general, I enjoy going first, especially when going after Emily, because she's a very good presenter. But here I am, and I get to be the downer to talk about what do you do when you don't achieve your outcomes. And some of the things are going to overlap, what Emily just shared. So again, we're talking, again, to set the table, we're talking about this from a grantee perspective, from a receiving funds perspective. So your application's done, your grant's awarded and executed, and the work has started. And at some point you realize you're not going to hit all your outcomes. You may realize it in the first quarter or in the last quarter or after the grant has wrapped. I think we can all agree that, in the grantee role or the grantor role, never something you want to admit. You don't want to be that group that's like, we didn't meet our outcomes. But we'll share some strategies today that hopefully put you in a better spot if or when, that happens. I'll also say, a lot of the things I'm going to share today, you might already use. Hopefully you'll find something that you can plus up or add on. It's always a good time to just get reminded of some strategies. So these are some of the things we do at United Way, and Emily talked about them a bit during her what to do when you don't have data section. These go together really well. One, it's on the front end, before you execute the grant, is identifying and setting reasonable outcomes. So when establishing those outcomes with a funder, really making sure that you can measure what you want to measure. We don't want to get to a place where we identify an outcome that we either can't measure because we don't have the system in place, or folks won't be comfortable sharing that data. So it's really, and that's why we always encourage, I'm going to talk a lot about communication during this next few minutes. It's really communicating not just with your funder, but your internal team. Often, as much as we can, when a new grant comes in, we try to loop in Emily's team to talk about, what should we measure, and can we actually measure it? Even if we wanted to, could we? So a lot of times it boils down to, do either we have a system in place, or or if we're going to partner with someone, do they have a system in place to capture this data? So in addition to that, it's make a case for your outcomes. So when you come to the table with a grantor, bringing some outcomes you feel really strongly about, that one, align with your grant, align with the mission and vision of your organization, and that you can realistically track and achieve. I mean, we certainly want to set stretch goals, and we don't want to go in and set a low bar, but you want to make sure that you identify outcomes that are reasonable, that will stretch you a little, that you can actually measure. And then once those outcomes have been established, again, it boils down to communication. It's really making sure that everyone understands what we're tracking and measuring, and when it's when it's due. And that's not just the funder, but also your entire team, the grants team, the data team. You want to make sure your finance team understands what their deliverables are in terms of a budget, and anyone else that's providing data as a part of your reporting process. You want to make sure that everyone's really comfortable with what we're collecting and when it's due. And really, it's just to avoid getting to a place where a miscommunication happens, and we thought a grant was due on the 1st, and it was due on the 8th. And so really, it really, a strong communication plan is key. And that boils into my next point of communicate regularly. And that's not just with the funder or the grantor, but also with your team. And like I said, at United Way, we work very well cross-functionally. We have our community impact unit who's doing the work. And then, Emily, our role on our team is really in support of their work. We're the ones that are out looking for the dollars to support their work. Emily and her team are out there, working on collecting the data and providing visualizations for that team. But we want to make sure that everyone's, communicating regularly, specifically too when it comes to grant progress. And that will lead into being proactive. So as long as you're communicating regularly internally and with your funder, you want to be able to quickly identify if you're off track and won't meet your outcomes. And I'm not saying, in the first week, that's very early, right? But as a team, you might get to a point maybe in the first or second quarter of a year-long grant where you realize, oh no, we're not going to meet an outcome or all of the outcomes. And so, what you want to do is be very proactive with your funder, and be honest with them. You'll want to, schedule a meeting and talk with them about, not only what outcomes you won't achieve, but what are some that you can. So if you have 8 outcomes, maybe we're not going to meet 3, but 5 we feel really good about. And talk more a bit about, what was in your control and what was outside of your control. Emily talked a bit about that in the what to do when you don't have data. This last 18 months is a perfect example of, most grants got off track with the pandemic. School went virtual. Lots of companies closed or went remote. And so either the data we had access to or the programs we were doing maybe shut down for a little bit. And so, some things are just going to be outside of your control. And it's really when you go to the funder to talk about, here's where we're at and why we're not meeting our outcomes. To Emily's point earlier, it's not about making excuses, but being real. Here are the things that we thought we could do better, but here are the things that were just beyond our control. And then being prepared to talk through new outcomes, bring new outcomes to the session that you feel really good about and feel like you can reasonably achieve, because you probably don't want to go back a second time and have to do another, adjustment or amendment. And then once you've agreed to new outcomes, it's really about adjusting expectations across the board, with the funder, with the program team. If it's something you've been talking about, in the media, working with your marketing team on messaging this. So the adjusting expectations is very important. It's really to make sure that everyone feels comfortable and that there's an agreed understanding of kind of where we're going over the remainder of the grant. So these were things you could do before the grant or during the grant. And I want to talk just for another couple minutes about what to do when the grant ends. And I'll lead with, it's never too late until you hit send on that final report, or until you have that final meeting with the funder. You still have an opportunity to lift up program or project successes. The first bullet point is here. There is still value to projects that don't achieve the outcomes, and there could be a number of reasons for that. Maybe you identified a specific outcome that was very difficult to measure, but you found a different outcome that aligns better with your project that we can easily measure. There's lots of value in a project. There can be lots of value in a project that doesn't succeed. And it really boils down to these couple questions. So what lessons did you learn and what would you do differently? So what lessons did you learn in the process of this grant? Maybe around program design and implementation. Did you release, would you have adjusted the RFP when you were looking for partners? Would you have looked for different skill sets, or maybe a different location, or maybe different program offerings? Did you pick the right implementation plan? And if not, maybe what would you have changed about the implementation plan? Did we pick the right target population? Emily talked in her set about, making sure you're identifying you have the right group of folks you're looking at in terms of who fits well with your with the program you're offering. And if not, who would we target? And I think, the important thing with this is understanding there's still value here, is that maybe it boils down to, hey, we're going to try this for another year and do a renewal and to use these adjusted expectations, or we're going to share this information with our next grantee and they can really learn from some of the struggles that you all had, and we'll be able to have a more effective or efficient program. So once you've kind of identified those lessons learned, it's thinking about what would you do differently? And I talked a bit about that, really, maybe again, it's targeting different partners. Maybe it's building up or building on partners you already have. Maybe it's we're going to involve our data team much earlier in the process to identify not just what we can measure, but how we're going to measure it. And really just laying those out in a very clear manner. So, those are just a few things I wanted to share. Like I said, we'll be happy to answer more questions. But these are some of the things we're doing at United Way to really, when we're working with grantors, if we're not going to achieve our outcomes. So I'm going to pass it back to Em to talk about the success equation.
Awesome. Thanks, Nick. So I think Nick and I have both sort of hit on not great situations, like when you don't have data or when you don't achieve your outcomes. And in both of our presentations, one of the things that we've lifted up is, really identifying on the front end what it is you want to measure. And so this presentation is really to provide a framework to do that easily. So it's called the success equation. It was developed by Jason Saul and published in his book, Benchmarking for Nonprofits: How to Measure, Manage, and Improve Performance. So obviously, hopefully, I know for ourselves at United Way, and probably for many of you, one of the biggest obstacles to reporting progress to a grantor is not being able to articulate the program or initiative. We often find ourselves speaking in broad terms, and we have these really well-meant, lofty goals, but change takes place over a long period of time, and usually a period of time that's longer than a 1 or 2 year grant period. So a success equation is really designed to take you from that long-term change to a framework that helps you speak about the measurable and controllable results that your organization can directly influence. It can help you answer questions like, how did we do? Did it work? And what did we learn that we can improve upon for the future? It really helps you break down that long-term impact and translate your organization or a particular program's mission into an impact goal, then identify short-term outcomes to focus on and attach measurement to those outcomes. And when done properly, this framework really sums up the organization, or again, like that program's impact in a one-page look that can be really clear and concise. Go to the next slide. So here is the template for writing out a success equation. As you can see, it's a fairly simple A plus B plus C equals D equation, where A and B and C are those intermediate outcomes, and D is that impact goal. What are you ultimately trying to achieve? If in this instance, A, B, or C is taken away, then the likelihood of you achieving your impact goal, or D, it goes down substantially. And we're going to walk through each of the components of this equation in more detail. But when done properly, using this framework, you should be able to speak to your success equation in a complete sentence. So something like, in order to ultimately exceed D, we must accomplish A, B, and C. We'll know we've accomplished A, B, and C by these metrics. And the metrics here in this equation are where you see like A1, A2, A3. One of the important things to consider as you're developing a success equation is who needs to be at the table to create that. A worst case scenario is you're told to assess your program's impact. You go through the whole success equation process, and then you present your findings to a certain group of stakeholders, and they say, great, but that's not what we think success means for this program. So make sure that you're including the right people on the front end as you're developing this. And that might mean different people for different components of the equation. So perhaps you need your board or executive directors to really lean in on that impact goal. And then you need program supervisors or others to help identify those critical to quality outcomes. Next slide. All right, so for this equation, you're really going to want to start with the end in mind. So you're starting with D, which is ultimately what you want to accomplish. And we often don't start with the end in mind. We often start with planning programs or activities, and then we sort of hope they wind up achieving some sort of goal. Starting with your ultimate impact and priority outcomes really helps you to be strategic when designing the activities to ensure that you're measuring what matters. So when you're considering how to develop your impact goal, a couple things you want to consider. You really want to keep it simple, and you want to be honest about what you can control or impact. So often at United Way, we talk about not wanting to try and boil the ocean. So for example, you might say for an organization, is it more realistic that our impact goal is like we fix the public education system, or that students graduate from school ready for college and career? It's probably the latter in that instance. You may even go a step further where you say, you know what, having students graduate ready for college and career is just impacted by too many factors for the size and scope of our particular work. And so a more realistic impact goal for us is that students read at grade level. For today, as we walk through this model, we're going to use an example. And so our impact goal today will be that we grow families' financial stability. Go to the next slide. All right, so we've identified our impact goal, and now we're going to move on to those critical to quality outcomes. So the A, B, and C of the equation. And these are the outcomes that must be accomplished in order to make a difference towards your impact goal. They're what shows basically that you're progressing towards it. One of the things you want to make sure you do here is that you stick to 3 priority outcomes. You don't want to see this equation proliferate into like adding D, E, and F. Really try and limit yourselves to the actual priorities to ensure that quality efforts are not like spreading ourselves too thin, but we're really focusing. The other thing you want to consider is to really aim for short-term outcomes. So think about those things that are within your control or influence to change and in that time period. The further out in time you get, the less ability you're going to have to measure change, especially if you're talking about a 1 or 2 year grant time period. When you're creating those critical to quality outcomes, it's important that you use active verbs like add, improve, engage, mobilize, increase, to really demonstrate and define the change you want to see. It should reflect changes in behavior or condition or status. And you should be able to measure that progress as a matter of degrees, not just a yes or no question. So if we go back to our example of our impact goal of growing financial stability, some of our critical to quality outcomes might be, we want to engage partners to support families, we want to add household income, and we want to improve money management skills. The other thing for this is just not to worry too much about causation. There's no way that you can possibly include and track every possible outcome that might contribute to your ultimate goal. So just really focus on highlighting those key outcomes most likely to lead to a greater impact. Next slide. So how do you identify those critical to quality outcomes? With your team, you really want to think about brainstorming 5 to 10 things that you think need to improve or change to reach your impact goal. And then you can use a matrix like the one below to chart them that looks at sort of those important outcomes. What are those outcomes that matter most to the organization or program's success? And then controllable. Can your organization actually move the needle here? So, an improved economy is important to an employment program because it can obviously lead to job creation, but it's really unlikely that your organization alone can make a sizable impact on the community or on the economy. And so what you're looking for is those critical to quality outcomes on this matrix that fall into that upper left quadrant, where they're both important to the success of the program, but also controllable for your organization. And hopefully that should span out to being, about 3. All right, next up. After you've identified your critical to quality outcomes, then you're going to move into performance measures. And performance measures are really getting into the meat of how you're going to quantitatively measure that particular outcome. So these performance measures always speak to numbers, dollars, or percent. So like number of people trained, dollars saved, percent of students dropping out. This is because you really want to be able to track this data over time. So data at least 2 points so you can show movement. And then for this, you also want to make sure that you're keeping it manageable. Obviously, you can list a whole lot of potential measures, but to keep track of data on too many metrics would drain resources from your organization or other aspects of the work. So really focus on those top 3 to 4 performance measures. And if you only have 1 or 2, but they're really strong, that's great as well. Next slide. So here is the complete success equation using the example we've been walking through. So we see on the right-hand side, our impact goal, grow families' financial stability. We have our 3 critical to quality outcomes listed: engage partners to support families, add to household income, and improve money management skills. And then you can see the performance indicators below. So for example, in B, we're looking at people receiving job skills, the number or percentage, the number of people promoted or employed at new positions, and the number of households connected to income. And this, like you can see, is in one page, really shows how you're going to measure success. And from here, you can take this and begin thinking about what data collection methods do you need in place to collect this information, and then what are the activities or the ways that you're going to implement the program to ultimately achieve this impact goal. So just kind of a relatively simple way to get ahead of some of the problems that Nick and I laid out earlier. And I think we are just about at time, so I'm going to turn it over to Nick to close us out.
All right, so we did want to share our contact info. I do want to, Haley, who hasn't presented today, but did help build the deck. I do just want to shout her out. She has been great and was going to help monitor the chat and Q&A. But you have Emily, mine, and Haley's email up here. We'll also, when we share, I'll come back to this slide in just a second, but we'll also share some resources. Emily shared some today around data and the success equation. So we'll make sure you have those slides as well. But I'll go back. I wanted to make sure everyone was aware that we did have resources, but here is our contact information. And, we're happy to, I know we're close to time, but we're happy to, take questions via email if needed or share resources that way.
I actually did have one question. A person asked, how often do unrestricted dollars get funded through grants, or are most things done programmatically?
It's a great question. I mean, we certainly have a bit of both. I mean, obviously everyone loves those unrestricted dollars because you can pick, how you want to use them. But, we certainly won't say no to restricted dollars. I don't have a percentage, sorry, but we certainly have a bit of both in our bucket of funds.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So all those slides that you did have, are you fine with sharing them out with me, and then we can share it out to all of our attendees today?
Sure, certainly.
Awesome. Well, perfect.
Yeah.
Well, and Haley, I know you weren't seen, but I know you probably put a lot of work into that. So thank you to Haley as well. But Nick and Emily, I just wanted to say thank you so much for joining us today. Obviously, we got to start with United Way and end with United Way, and I can't think of a better way to have a conference and an event. So I thank you so much for your time, and we're grateful to see you, and have a great day. But just to close things out, everyone, that is a wrap for our 16th annual nonprofit conference presented by PNC Bank. And I'd like to say special thanks to our keynote speaker, Dr. Darian Driver-Hudson with United Way of Southeast Michigan. In addition, I'd love to thank each of our presenters, Ann Bertel and Marcy Dwyer with Meeting Coordinators, Inc., Joel Chinsky with JDC Tech, Cameron Hosner with Easter Seals, Kevin Mars and Michael Burrs with ASE, Melissa Whitley with Donorview, Lady Sarah with the Magic Soiree, who did a wonderful time in our breakout session today, Larry Powell with the Hoff Group, Nick Piper, Emily Mueller, and Haley Bristow, I looked for your name up there, with United Way of Southeast Michigan. Again, I'd also want to give another shout out to PNC Bank, along with all of our additional sponsors as well, Donorview, Entec Staffing Solutions, Walsh, and Percy with State Farm, and HAP. And finally, I would like to thank each and every one of our attendees today who have spent the day with us, especially our NPN members, for all of their dedication to not only the chamber, but in striving to support the many causes that matter to our community. I don't know if many of you who are not part of the chamber know this, but this conference is a revenue share. So what that means is all these amazing sponsors that you see in the slide next to me, and your attendance, your attendee fee for joining our conference today is going back to our nonprofit members. So this conference itself, while it provides a great amount of education, it also helps fund our NPM members who are eligible for that. So with that being said, if you have any questions or you're interested in joining our NPN network with the Troy Chamber of Commerce, please feel free to reach out to myself or anyone else in the chamber, or go to troychamber.com. Finally, if you missed any of these great presentations, I know we had a jam-packed agenda. Don't worry, we recorded all of them, and we will be providing you all with a link to the event so you can view any of these presentations and sessions in your own free time, and you're welcome to share that as well. You should receive that in the next coming weeks, along with all the great information that our presenters shared with us today. And that's a wrap for our conference. So have a great rest of your day, and I hope you learned a lot. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good one.